It's the wake-up call with KB and Andy on 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Love also a touchdown score, 16 yards rushing. He leads the way, blocking. Riley Leonard. First and goal from the 2. Irish trying to take the lead. He handed it off to Love, who stays on his feet. Love is in the end zone. Under 5 minutes to go. Second down and 8. Penn State leads by a touchdown. Leonard throws wide open. Jaden Greathouse avoided Jalen Reed and scores. 54 yards. Allard hit as he throws. And it is intercepted. Graduate student from Salisbury, North Carolina, to give Notre Dame the lead in the final seconds. 41-yard attempt. Snap and hold are good. The kick is good! Three-man rush. Allard. Here come the laterals. Warren laterals it off. Harrison Wallace sends it back to Allard. And that's out of bounds and ends the game. Notre Dame has won the Orange Bowl, and Marcus Freeman is taking them to the championship game.
Quote the great Joe Namath, Mark Dykton, I want to kiss you. Good Friday morning.
I'd like to see that.
Marshall Mathers to Ken Dye, Sean McDonough thrown in there. Unfreaking believable. You know, we don't talk a lot during these games, us three, just to kind of peek behind the curtain.
Well, I want to leave you alone. Yeah.
Well, yes.
It was a pretty big game, so, you know.
I like you guys, but, I'm not really trying to talk to you much during these games, if I'm going to be fully honest. And, halftime, I go up and, hallelujah for Steve Angeli in that final drive there in the first half. And, Rosie needs one more story. And, okay, here I am, trying to drum up some story. I go back downstairs, and I swear halftime was 3.5 hours last night. And so I pull out the phone, start scrolling through the text. Right on par, Andy Sweeney has sent a Kirk Ferentz gif of the halftime score being. It was a little rock fighty in that first half, was it not?
It was a Leonardo DiCaprio one,
sure,
where he's kind of doing
TV.
where he's pointing at the TV and said it was the face of Kirk Ferentz, who had to enjoy 10-3.
It quickly turned into a thriller after the first half rock fight. And then Mark Dykton.
Oh boy, what did he do?
Sends a picture from the opening scene of the movie Rudy.
Mm-hmm. And that's where the mojo really started.
And that's where I began to re-believe.
I knew halftime was going to be long, so I was like, I might as well pop this in.
Mark says, I'm going to start the movie during halftime. And frankly, Mark, you might have finished the movie with how long halftime.
You got halfway through the movie, probably.
Was. Boy, I will try to not
Look
be
at you today.
Naked for 3 hours. But, boy, I don't know. Purdue fans probably felt it back in April. I don't know if Indiana football fans felt it this year, but last night's why you be a sports fan.
Well, can I ask you guys something? Has this show been like a good luck charm to everybody but the Indianapolis Colts? I mean, think about it. The Fever got Caitlin Clark and made the run. The Pacers made their run. Maybe Indiana basketball as well. Besides the Colts and Mike Woodson,
right.
we're I mean,
or our diehard maybe Indy 11 fans over that
perhaps
with that stadium.
Everything we touch turns to gold at some point. I mean, the whining and crying. I remember after week 2, and now Notre Dame's in the final. I feel good for you, man. I mean. And here's the other thing that's bothering me, though, from last night. Last night and today, Notre Dame wins. You're going around the circle in a Speedo.
Yeah.
Why is it so damn difficult to find a Speedo on the internet that has an N and a D on it?
Okay, so
what are we doing
have
here?
Have you Googled Speedos as well? It sounds like you have.
I've done a little bit of Googling.
Guys, we're going to need to band together here.
I mean, I should just be able to put Notre Dame Speedo, and I should have a man's Speedo pop right up on my Google search. I don't know why it's this difficult.
It's 2025, people.
I mean, what are we doing?
I can get diapers in 4 hours. Can I not get a Speedo to the front door here?
My wife had diapers and Tums, and they were delivered in 8 hours. Why can't I get a Speedo?
That's our goal for the next 7 days. Yeah, I'm trying to get in the building too, maybe get a ticket, but we got to get that damn Speedo here. So we'll chat a lot about that. Again, I am beyond giddy. I will try to keep it, and I think I'll try to keep the clothes on here on this Friday morning here. Good Friday morning, everybody out there. Mark Dykton, I'm in a good mood. Let's give away a 4-pack to Hinkle Fieldhouse tomorrow. Noon, they're going to go check her out. They do this occasionally, a little IndyCar theme with them tomorrow. I believe Jack Harvey, I think Connor Daly in the building. So 4-pack of tickets to watch Butler and Creighton noon tomorrow over at Hinkle. And Andy Sweeney, this is not a quiet Friday here in the city of Indianapolis, as we will have appointment listening on these airwaves at 10 a.m.
Yes, we will. Okay, so Chris Ballard's talking today at 10 o'clock, and that is made. Would you say it's made this show grumpy because it's after the show? Is it just okay to say, just openly?
Yeah, you know, Maddie says to me last night, she's like, gosh, how happy are you? And again, I mean, I'm beyond thrilled. I mean,
Did she stay up for the entire game?
She did, just a hell of an effort.
By the way, 11:28 is about what time the game ended, because I looked at my clock because I wanted to make sure you had time to cancel the Airbnb if that kick goes, amiss and Penn State gets the ball back in overtime.
Moving the Airbnb cancellation email from the inbox to the travel
that had to
folder
feel good.
was one of the greatest feelings that I've ever had.
Damn right it was.
Which is really sad to admit. But, yeah, Maddie gave me, I bleep and hate sports when Leonard threw the pick.
That was a bad pick.
1st and 10, fourth quarter.
That was bad.
Right arm of Riley Leonard. How many times have I said it to you, Andy Sweeney? I get worried there. But, yes, the jubilation from there and Mitch Jeter. I mean, Notre Dame's kicking has been
Mr. January.
Oh, boy. The groin injury for Jeter. They couldn't block anybody. How about his dad, the chiropractor? Sean McDonough was all over the story. I thought the kick was going right. Did touchdown Jesus push that ball back left? Did you think the kick was fading right?
Football Jesus just blew on it a little bit.
I thought
and
Lance
nice
Stevens,
little hook there. Come on.
Didn't Lance Stevenson blow on some things down in Miami that one year?
I like that.
Maybe Lance was
that
doing
was
that.
the case. Can I call out the dad, Mitch Jeter's dad, for just a second? Did he need to be videotaped?
Oh,
Did he need to
yeah.
have the phone out to video
He
that?
doesn't know how technology works.
It's one of the
he
more.
thinks that's the only way he's ever going to see that kick the rest of his life.
It's one of the more infamous kicks now in college football, in Notre Dame football history. It's like, we got it. There's going to be 395 different angles.
Not from section 332.
You're right, of your son kicking that. Later on the show, I want to dive into a couple things. I found it interesting. What does it mean? Like, IU thought they had a good draw with Notre Dame, and Notre Dame is now on this magical run. And for Notre Dame, you possibly have found an elite coach here in college football. I mean, it's something worth talking about that you didn't know if you had. So I want to dive into that. But what you mentioned, Chris Ballard will be meeting with the media coming up today at 10 o'clock. So usually we go to ESPN Radio right after us. I'll be in here. Mark's going to be in here. We'll give you that press conference in full. We'll give you that live coming up at 10 o'clock. And if Ballard goes 30, 35, 40 minutes, we'll have it right here on the Fan.
Yeah, thank you guys for doing that. I think it deserves to be airing live here locally, so we will certainly keep you up to date on that. I will head out a little early today to make sure I'm over at West 56th Street for that. Yeah, the jubilation again of thinking about that win and then thinking, oh boy, now I have to go listen to that press conference for an hour is certainly quite the 180. But nonetheless, that is coming up 10 a.m. today. A couple defensive coordinator names for the Colts. We'll hit on that. And again, one of the more anticipated Pacer games, I think, of the year, just given the opponent. Now, I would say Steph Curry's comments post-game last night in Detroit, he was very non-committal about playing the second night of the back-to-back. He said something to the effect of, I hope to start to play back-to-backs eventually. I don't know if tomorrow will be the start of that. Now, I don't know. Maybe he all of a sudden remembers what he did inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse last year, and maybe that'll make him feel a little bit healthier. They won last night in Detroit. Trace Jackson-Davis, doubleheader. I totally forgot Buddy Hield's on the Warriors.
Yeah, I did too.
Is this his first game back?
I have no idea. I have not paid attention to Buddy Hield at all this season. I have absolutely no idea. I hate to even fake it with you. I have no idea what he's doing.
I guess maybe he would have been back with the Sixers at one point. But
DJ did a good game, 14 and 10. He had a big dunk too last night.
Double-double, and again, they win in Detroit. Shout out to the Boilermakers of Purdue. Defensively, they've been very good here to start the Big Ten. Matt Painter's bunch runs away from Rutgers in the final 10 minutes. Anytime you win in that building, certainly is a good sign. But again, last night, Andy, I were you in the camp of Angeli for the third quarter? That was the heavy debate. It seemed like
I was not quite there yet, and the main reason I wasn't there is with the loss of offensive linemen.
He was a sitting duck.
Yeah, he's more of a sitting duck than Riley Leonard.
Yeah, Ryan Bowen and
that was my takeaway.
We went back and forth on the text once I got through Kirk Ferentz and Rudy from you two.
But Angeli did what he did what he had to do.
Huge,
he got him in.
huge.
He made sure they were able to kick a field goal before half, which is all
and
he
again,
had to do.
It's sports cliche, but how big was that field goal? I mean, just to get it to 10-3, and then obviously Jeremiah Love, he's the most electrifying player I've ever seen at Notre Dame. And when I say electrifying, Andy, obviously Indiana fans will point to 98 yards against them. But when I say electrifying, I mean the hurdle, the power. I mean, is that, and just tell me if I'm being an idiot, is that the greatest 2 or 3 yard touchdown run you've ever seen?
It's pretty good,
I mean,
right?
just
Yeah, the hurdle, Saquon
the
Barkley.
power, the balance. I mean, hell, he's a lead blocker for Riley Leonard on some of that goal line stuff. Like, I mean, it's some Reggie Bush-ish moments from him in the open field. But then it's the power and the balance that is just so rare. And I just can't say enough about all the injuries they continue to withstand. And last night, I mean, they're out on their third string left to Eckel. And, I mean, Sean McDonough was all over it. The right guard comes in, and he hasn't played an offensive snap all season. And yet they continue to find a way. And I said it to you yesterday. Everyone tells me Drew Aller's this can't-miss prospect, and I'm thinking at times I think he's Will Levis.
I know.
And thankfully, he was Will Levis in the fourth quarter.
Boy, I tell you, and James Franklin, I need to look up. I was looking at this morning, like 5 a.m. They were in, and we have seen Shane Steichen be in this spot before, but they were in, they had timeouts. They had 2 or 3 timeouts at that point when Penn State got the ball back with 38 seconds to go. It's the 15-yard line. What did you think they were going to do? I mean, because they were in that spot to where you run it and you see if you get something, and then they got something. So if you're going by your own principle, okay, now we got something. We're almost to the 30-yard line. With timeouts, we can try to make a play here. Unfortunately, the flip side, and this is all revisionist history now, of course, is your quarterback has been not very good all night. And he is a little bit of a Will Levis type to where he's going to turn the football over, but we know he has a huge arm, and he makes just the critical play, the one play that you can't make. That's to me, and again, going back to Shane Steichen, he has had those last year and this year. You think of the game against Cleveland last year, when Anthony Richardson threw the pick, and it really swung that game. But it's always difficult when you have timeouts and you're trying to be aggressive because you're trying to win the game, but you're also trying, do I need a coach to not lose the game here and to go into overtime? To me, that's one of the toughest spots that James Franklin, who, by the way, seeing James Franklin heartbroken is not hurting anyone in this studio or many other places around the country, but, with 30, 40 seconds to go, with timeouts, with a quarterback, and, obviously some guys that can make plays, what do you do? How do you force the issue there without losing the game? Fortunately for Penn State, or fortunately for you in Penn State, they lost the game right there. That's a tough spot to be in.
Okay, hindsight's 2020. I think it was the right decision for them to try, especially Singleton got 13 on first down.
Yeah, again, they're almost at the 30-yard line.
Singleton goes 13 yards, so, and they got a good kicker. I thought 30-ish yards, but, and the thing about Notre Dame's defense is, they're just going to play man. I mean, they are playing man, and they're coming after you. Now, it was a little delayed blitz. ESPN did a good job of going back, and Jalen Snead kind of had that delayed blitz that got the pressure onto Aller there. And you know what? I'm not a big believer in karma. I'm not one of these. I don't think you guys have ever really heard me just whine and complain about officiating. I'm usually not one that goes down that path. I thought the Warren interception was really weak. I thought Kaiser's interception and the pass interference on Schuler, I thought that was a weak-ass penalty. And I just felt like, you know what? At some point, Aller's going to throw one more, and it's Notre Dame's job to catch it. And Christian Gray, the guy who caught it, he's dropped a lot of interceptions this season. So I thought it was pretty fitting. He made that play, and then Mitch Jeter. I thought it was fading right. I thought it was slicing, and then Lance Stevenson blew it back in.
guys, Mr. January. His dad's up there with the phone and the hugs and everything else. The thing I like about Mitch Jeter, and I didn't really start paying attention to him to maybe, I don't know, KB, maybe a month and a half ago or so.
Shame on you for not paying attention to Notre Dame's kicker.
I wasn't zoned in on Notre Dame's kicker. Was this dude talks bleep.
Yeah.
This dude talks all the bleep, and I'm like, that can be really good for a kicker and can be awesome, or it can be really bad if you miss one and everyone's going to make fun of you. By the way, someone sent me a link for a Notre Dame Speedo, and I'm not kidding you.
Okay.
On eBay. Okay?
A Speedo on eBay? How many people have worn it?
Guys, It's $1,000.
What the hell are we doing here?
Did Lou Holtz wear this Speedo
guys,
at one point? What's going on?
I'm not
It's
breaking any news here. I don't need a lot of
Speedo.
fabric here. I mean, come on.
No.
All I just need is a Speedo. I don't,
Wade is still in here for like the fourth day in a row. See that, Wade? What does it say? $1,049.99.
What, did Newt Rockney wear it in 1928?
It's a size 28 tight, whatever that means.
Well,
Boy, that's a scary thing.
Tell you what, I'm not here to measure much down low, so let's just, again, we get the Singer machine out, get the fabric going. Lastly on this game, for now, that Tyler Warren can play football.
Oh, dude, that first half, he's sports arousal,
oh my
as
gosh.
JMV would say.
And you know what? Penn State's offensive coordinator, that dude is crazy. I mean, they motion and use Warren all over the field. I'm not a big tight end that early, but man.
You might be convinced now. He's pretty good.
I hate to be prisoner of just one game, but wow. That guy can play football.
You know why I like him? And he's a
I'll
little
try
bit
to
different.
keep my pants on today, by the way.
He's a little bit different than Bowers. Bowers is more of a, you feel like he's a receiver, and he had, 112 catches this year on a team that it had Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew and who hell knows else was a quarterback there. To me, Warren, and McDonough mentioned this during the game, his comp is probably a little bit more George Kittle. He doesn't mind getting dirty. He's more of a dirty tight end that can also go out there and probably get you 75 catches in a season.
I saw one of the draft experts throughout, Dallas Clark. The thing is, he is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw some of those Notre Dame defenders off him like it was.
Dudes, who do you run over in the secondary in the first quarter?
Watts,
I think it was.
Or Osbury. I mean, like guys that I'm like, those dudes usually are the guys. I mean, they're blowing up everybody else all year long. So yeah, I mean, it looked like Max Bowen tried to crawl on my back there as all of a sudden Warren's just flicking everybody off. But what a game. I mean, in all seriousness, I thought the game was unbelievable. I thought the second half and just the body blows for both teams. I mean, Notre Dame was on the canvas there in the first half, and then I felt like the second half was impossible to predict. I mean, I don't think anyone thought Notre Dame would get back in it. And then when Notre Dame takes the lead, I don't think anyone thought Penn State would counter.
The 14 straight. Yeah, 14 straight from Penn State.
Tremendous. Well worth staying up late on a Thursday night.
Yeah, we got one tonight, too. So we'll keep you abreast on that. Obviously, Notre Dame, Penn State conversation as we go. What do you want to hear from Chris Ballard today? We'll dive into that. We'll get to some Marcus Freeman sound on the other side. Your morning check down, it's coming up next. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It's still a football Friday right here. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Are we not doing the re-entry every single segment?
Oh, is that what you want?
I mean, the thing, or at least some tryouts from Rudy. I mean,
Why don't you be patient a little bit?
so beautiful. Gosh, Mark, I loved it.
We'll have to get what Mark thought about Rudy here coming up at some point, too.
Yeah.
or at least whatever he watched last
yeah.
night. I
Been
don't know if
really-
you watched the entire thing.
Credit to credit.
Went
I
to the
watched it.
Oh, did you really?
IMDb comments
Okay.
page to see Mark Dykton.
The
you
Cliff
know,
Notes.
M. Dykton 68 here chiming in.
68.
On me.
Come on, go one
68,
number
of
up,
course.
Kevin.
IMDb
Yeah, that's the
page.
number it was, I'm sure.
Andy Sweeney, I assume the
Yeah.
morning checkdown will begin in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, making Notre Dame likable, that's what we're doing here on the Wake Up Call. As the Fighting Irish, they win the Orange Bowl and they advance to the national championship coming up on Monday, January 20th, 27-24 in what has been, I think, the best game of the college football playoff series this season. Let's get to Marcus Freeman, head coach there for your Fighting Irish after the game.
So proud of this group. I mean, what a gritty performance, and they found a way when it matters the most to get their job done. Penn State was a heck of a football team. I had a lot of respect for them coming into the game, but have more after the game. It's a really good team, well coached, and it was a tough matchup, but these guys are resilient, and they found a way to make a play when it mattered the most. And that's what, again, is to me, what great teams, great organizations, they're able to, at that moment that they need to do their job or make a play, they do it.
20 points in the first three quarters. What was it? 31 in the fourth quarter. Again, 27-24, your final, the national championship game coming up on the 20th. As for tonight, you have Texas and Ohio State.
Said
Should be a good
yesterday, I
game.
thought James Franklin treated Marcus Freeman like a child in the press conference before the game. Xavier Watts after the game last night. Yeah, Coach was angry with the press conference thing. Whatever was going on between that, he was mad about that. All the anger went toward us, and that anger went on to the field. James Franklin, you poked the bear. You poked the bleeping bear. Tonight, college football, Cotton Bowl. Texas, Ohio State. Mythical lines. You guys want to take a stab at Notre Dame, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Texas?
I'm gonna say if it's Texas. If Texas wins tonight, I'm gonna say Texas is gonna be favored by maybe a field goal in that game. I think Ohio State's getting all the love. So if Ohio State wins tonight and they look pretty good, I could see them being favored by maybe like 6.5, 5.5, something like that.
We'll say Texas.
Mike's off.
Texas is 2.5, and I will say Ohio State would be 5.5.
You have a line over there?
You guys are degenerates. Texas 2.5 favored over Notre Dame. Ohio State 7.5.
Okay.
Boom.
Those
Yeah.
are your mythical lines.
It's a
Again,
big line.
tonight from Dallas. All right, speaking of tonight, over at Gainbridge Fieldhouse, it's Pacers Warriors. Pacers are a significant favorite, 7.5 in that one. The why behind it. Golden State, first off, hasn't played great basketball, really, especially as of late. They played last night in Detroit. They did win, but Steph Curry has really been not playing back-to-backs. I think one of the four he's played this season, and he played last night in Detroit. So I think that is contributing to the line. Now, for the Pacers, questionable Miles Turner. Again, he missed the other night with that illness. Tyrese Halliburton, ankle injury. So certainly plenty of storylines in this one. Trace Jackson-Davis, a double-double last night for the Warriors. And a reminder, this will air on WTHR. So for our Pacer fans out there that have not watched the Pacers due to the Bally, FanDuel, whatever, subscription or cable packages or cord cutting, if you get your NBC affiliate, you can watch the Pacers tonight, and it'll be one of 5 games the rest of the season. You can do that on 7 o'clock tip.
Yeah, quickly, Purdue winners last night on the road to Rutgers, 68-50. That's your final there. Braden Smith, great first half. 16 points, 14 assists in the win for him. Trey Kaufman-Wren had a big dunk. He had 16 and 5 in the win. I think for Rutgers, it was interesting. Ace Bailey had 17 points. Dylan Harper was back. Remember, we didn't see him against IU earlier this week. Just 6 points for Dylan Harper. So Purdue, they move on. 18-point win. That's a quad 2 win for Matt Painter and company.
Braden Smith's been outstanding here this season. And then lastly, we will carry it at 10 a.m. today. Chris Ballard's season-ending press conference rescheduled due to illness for the Colts GM. That will be, again, 10 a.m. today. We'll have you covered live right here on The Fan. So for those that listen to Greeny at 10, I guess you'll have to go somewhere else for your Jets talk.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's Greeny anymore.
They'll break
It's
down
Bart Scott now.
They'll break down Ryan Grigson and Brian Flores somewhere else.
Yeah, they'll probably do that. Let's take a break. Coming up on the other side, what do you want to hear? What do we want to hear from Chris Ballard today? Plus, I have an item. I mentioned the first segment, an item on Notre Dame. We'll keep talking about that. Something positive, obviously, coming from the Notre Dame win last night. We'll do it. Reminder, 8 o'clock, Greg Rakestraw joins us. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It's a Football Friday right here on The Fan.
takes a lot, I think, for you and I to have audible reactions.
Mark just casually goes, I've never seen Rudy.
Not even 1 second.
And then what did you say about Hoosiers?
I've
Overrated?
seen Hoosiers. I thought Hoosiers was overrated.
That is sick,
if you
Mark.
haven't-
I mean, I'm sorry. That is disgusting.
Do you have it on DVD?
VHS is what I used to watch.
Oh,
I mean,
sure,
Let me
but-
stop at the local library
I
and
had
get a
the
VHS
final,
player.
I mean, I had the final 20 minutes memorized for a long.
You are a huge nerd.
Sean McDonough, 2 items on Mark's resume. He hates the movie Hoosiers, and he's never seen the movie Rudy.
I would send him home and have him watch both movies. At least give him the chance to correct what is an egregious wrong in a lifetime, I'm sure, of major accomplishment. I played golf in Minnesota, and there was a young man who was caddy for me who was probably a high schooler. And I was reciting lines from Caddyshack, and he had no idea what I was talking about. And I said, you know what? Hey, if you're going to caddy, I know the movie came out way before you were born, but you need to go find Caddyshack, and you should understand all these references.
You're playing golf and you're going to like it.
And I told him I never slice. I'll never belong to Bushwood.
I informed Mark Dykton to check his Venmo.
I got a payment for $3.99 from Kevin Bowen, and it just says movie night.
Andrew Chernoff from Wish TV. Have you ever seen the movie Rudy?
Who hasn't? I wouldn't even say that's a hot take. That's just a bad take. He needs to go home immediately, watch it, and get back to you. I mean, that should be priority one. Skip lunch, watch the movie.
I am going to watch Rudy. Hoosiers, I felt like all the hype that built up for it over 2 decades before I watched it failed to meet the bar I had set.
Coach, need one more. My team's on the floor.
Angela Moran, one of my coworkers, she's never seen Happy Gilmore. I don't
Oh, my
know.
God.
What are we doing here?
Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
I have a list written down of like movies I should have watched I never have, and Rudy is on that list. So I will take that $3.99. Thank you very much, and I will watch it. I will try to watch it before the playoff game tonight, and I'll offer reviews.
Oh, Mark Dykton.
It's pretty good.
I don't know if you guys felt this. I'm sitting there watching last night. I'm like, man, this is pretty cool. Here we are watching a college football semifinal, and like that guy talking to us right now, we had on our lowly show.
Yeah.
12 hours
Dude,
ago.
his call was great with the voice cracking right at the end. That was great.
Sean McDonough's voice, 12 hours ago right now, he is calling the mistake by Mark Dykton egregious. And then 12 hours later, he calls Mitch Jeter's national title-bound game-winning kick.
It's also a long day for McDonough. Think about that. He was on with us at 7:45.
That was
dude's probably
awesome.
up at 5 a.m. and it's 11 o'clock, and he's still calling the fourth quarter of a national semifinal game. God bless him.
I think
It's a
he's on
great
the
call.
radio call, I believe, for the
is he?
national title game. I think
Okay.
now him and Greg McElroy will shift to that.
And McElroy's good, too. I like him.
I hate to plan ahead to a week from Monday, but boy, wouldn't that be nice? Monday, day of the national title. We get Sean McDonough on again for the 3rd time here. I did disagree with McElroy late. I thought he acted like college kickers are the greatest lock in the world when he was saying that Notre Dame should fall down if they got a first down. Or I was not saying that at all. I go, have you watched Notre Dame's field goal operation this
Oh,
year?
God.
And
Who believes in kickers, even in the pros?
Yeah. And it wasn't just Mitch Jeter's injury. Like, Notre Dame couldn't block.
Well, Marcus Freeman talked about that after the game. In fact, I do have a cut of that where he's like, during that timeout, I wasn't worried about the kick. I wasn't worried about, the big guys up front making sure it didn't get blocked or something like that.
And I mean, I'd have to go back and look, but they lost 2 offensive linemen during the game, so there's an extra, 2 that potentially are new to the field goal protection team. Again, I'll try to keep the close on here on this Friday morning. Notre Dame off to the national title. They will await the winner of tonight. That is Ohio State and Texas from the Cotton Bowl. Again, Chris Ballard, 10 a.m. this morning. We will carry that live here. Andy, any general thoughts on what we will hear from Ballard or what you want to hear from Ballard today?
Well, those are 2 different things. I agree with you. Yesterday you said this, and it's so spot on that you're probably going to get a great theatrical perforance this morning from Chris Ballard.
Oh, it'll be an Oscar.
He's gonna
Academy Award. What is it? All of it.
I think you're right. He's gonna fall on the sword, and it's not good enough. And the thing that I find to be the most interesting is it's just not going to work. And for some people, maybe it didn't work last year. Maybe some people still were believing you still had, Anthony Richardson had been injured and you still like Shane Steichen and you were so close and you can still remember the Tyler Goodson drop and everything else against the Houston Texans. So maybe, you could convince yourself that this past season could be different. But to me, all of that is out the door. All of it. So he can be theatrical today. So I think we're going to get the normal Chris Ballard. He's going to call things BS. He's going to fall on the sword. It's not easy to win in the NFL. I mean, you guys know the things that you've heard for damn near a decade. For me,
I say plus 500, we get a tier.
Oh, boy, that's a good one. Yeah, I know somebody.
Is that the last thing he's got in the?
I feel like that's the one thing that's been missing from these pressers.
Somebody sent this, and I know JMV talked about it. It would be fun, to have a bingo card for Chris Ballard. I mean, you kind of know what he's going to say. He's going to say listen. He's going to say like. I mean, you kind of know what he's going to say. For me, I want to know. It's just 2 or 3 things. Number one is, you had DeForest Buckner. This is not the media. This is not a lower-end player. I mean, this is your best player, basically. You had your best player come out and question culture. You had your quarterback benched. I'll get to AR in a second. But, DeForest Buckner saying the things that he said, Shane Steichen letting us know guys were late, fines were levied. Your culture is not what you have been selling us your tenure here. So, to me, Chris Ballard's got to answer that one of his core beliefs, they have spit in the face of one of his core beliefs. And then second would be Anthony Richardson. And third would be, the defensive coordinators. We're going to talk about a couple names coming up here in a second, KB. But, are you married to a scheme? How good is the job? Who is going to make the hire? So to me, culture, Anthony Richardson, and then obviously defensive scheme and other moves. Those would be the top 3. There's other things, but those would be my top ones.
Yeah, I mean, January 10th words are January 10th words. We probably should reiterate that several times. Selfishly, and Andy, I probably speak for you as well, I hate that we're going to have to wait 68 hours to react to it.
Oh, I know.
Air.
It's going to be brutal.
I
know.
Sucks. And I get it. I mean, the guy was sick, so there's nothing we can do, but that just sucks on a very selfish level from us. But, ultimately, when you've heard him discuss things like, do you think your roster building approach needs to be tweaked? What about your thoughts on not using the first level free agency? Draft wise, you've been such a believer in darts at the dartboard and trading back. I mean, if you look at the 20, whatever, let's call it 25 draft trades he's had. I bet he's traded back in 20 of them, 22 of them. All of those things. The message has always been pretty consistent. Again, he will emotionally fall on the sword like none other. I mean, he's done that in prior years. But the answers to those specific questions about philosophical belief and the binder of being a GM, he really hasn't deviated. He's acknowledged like, oh, that's a good question, but then he's never really gone there. And then obviously the actions which follow, in later weeks and later months, they have continued to follow that script. Again, a thought that I have for today, Andy, is, again, defensive philosophy, like you point out, the first wave of free agency coming in mid-March, and then when you get to the draft, will we hear his words today give a little bit of a hint of, yeah, I do need to change a bit. And then obviously the actions will be the ultimate evaluation of it. But again, all he can do is talk today. And then, he'll have to walk it at some point this offseason. Because in all 3 of those areas, I think the defensive approach needs to change. I think the first wave of free agency needs to be utilized a little bit more. And I think it's time in the draft that you aren't sitting there and thinking, wow, if we trade back, that's what the trade value chart looks like. No. If you want Tyler Bleepin Warren, go get Tyler Bleepin Warren.
Go get him.
I mean,
right.
I have joked with him last year when we had him on, like, hey, Brock Bowers is talking right over that.
He was.
That curtain right there.
He really was.
And, Bowers goes 2 spots ahead of you. And so that's where I think, those are some of the curiosities that I would have today. Obviously, you have, the accountability questions, and you bring up, some individual guys in that locker room. Kenny Moore. I mean, that is a beloved player in Chris Ballard's eyes. I mean, Kenny midseason, called some guys out right after a game. So, when those voices talk, not just McAfee, not just Marlon Jackson. I mean, when you've got Kenny Moore, DeForest Buckner, for example, when those two have spoken as much as they have, I'm curious how Ballard will react to that.
Okay, so I have a question for you then. You just went through a few things. You didn't mention Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I mean, I do have on the list, like, is Richardson your starter in 2025?
Well, I mean, Richardson was benched. We have a back injury that we've heard nothing about. I would love to know from the general manager, who's all about culture, why we got to the middle part of the season, and then eventually they figured out that Anthony Richardson needed to be sat down.
Yeah, I guess
competition. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I would just say the reason why I didn't mention maybe Richardson with those early questions is because Richardson is a 2-year thing. Ballard is an 8-year thing. And this is where, to go back to Irsay's letter from Sunday, Andy, I just disagreed with it on many fronts. You know, when you get to that last paragraph or one of those last paragraphs, and he says, for those that wanted immediate change, ... This is not immediate change. This is 8 years of a resume. We will watch the playoffs commence tomorrow. When you watch these teams in the postseason here over the next few weeks, there's 14 starting quarterbacks. 11 of them acquired after Andrew Luck retired. 11 of them. So, you know, for the most part, I mean, you sat there with the 13th pick in the draft after Andrew Luck. You'll watch 2 quarterbacks in these playoffs play each other.
That you could have had.
In Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts that were drafted after you had that selection. So that's where I put the Ballard resume, philosophy, approach to this building process above Richardson. Obviously, the Richardson questions matter. And to be frank, you know, when I was thinking about questions, Andy, I mean, there are a million questions. And for the most part, Ballard has been a guy in these settings, the season-ending press conference, where he goes, and he goes, and he goes. He is not a 20 minutes and I'm out, 30 minutes I'm out. I mean, I can think back to several years where he's looked at us and said, do you guys have any more? So, you know, we will see. And I mean, there's been times where I think this thing has lasted over an hour. So
sorry to Greeny. Sorry to ESPN Radio. Me and Mark will be here for you.
Curious
not Greeny, the guy who's filling in for Greeny for the 90th day in a row.
I just think, you know, sometimes these, you guys tell me what you think of this, KB. You know, sometimes these press conferences can make a fan base feel better or get ready for next year. I think, you know, because I think it's very much a toxic relationship right now between Chris Ballard and this fan base. I do. I mean, that's where it's at. It's not frustration. It's not anger. Like, it's beyond that. I think the last few days, there's now a scab has grown on the wound, if you will. And I think Ballard talking today, which is unfortunate because he was ill, obviously, and not earlier in the week, I believe it's going to tear the scab right back off. Like, I believe Colts fans today, on the eve of the wild card action coming up this weekend, I think they're going to leave the press conference today, whether it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour and 10 minutes. I think they're going to be angry. I think they're going to be frustrated, and I think the reaction, you know, that Jake and Jimmy and JMV will have this afternoon will be a bunch of fans calling in saying, I just don't buy anything that Chris Ballard's telling me.
Yeah, and I'm going to come back to what I said probably to just kind of lead off this segment. It's January 10th. Words. I don't think there's any words out there. I mean, I'm trying to make an analogy to
you're
like
right. What can
common
he say?
life. I don't know. Like, if the answers to, again, defensive approach, free agency, draft, if those are different tones, messages than it has been in years past, that is something that on Monday I'll come back to and say, okay, ultimately the final answer will come, you know, with the defensive coordinator hire, with free agency in March, with the draft in April. But for now, this is the rough draft, if you will, that we have to go off of, and he is saying some things are going to change. Now, again, there are still 8 years of the evaluation. There's just a lot of layers. I mean, there's a very complicated situation. There are a lot of layers.
Let me ask you this. What question do you think would get Chris Ballard most frustrated today? And I'm trying to think of it. I mean, his culture is being called into question more than anything.
References to his locker room and how players have talked about guys in that locker room, i.e. the Buckner comments, i.e. the Kenny Moore comments from 2 months ago, those would probably be, I mean, knowing what are his core beliefs. The only thing he loves more than trading back is the word culture.
Right.
And locker room. Okay? Locker room and culture got called out a whole lot this season. Internally, externally, every which way about it. So I think that is why fans would be, or not fans, I think that's the one that would get Ballard. Long pause, you know, 2.5 cuss words, set the over-under at.
Yeah, but I am worried about it today.
Yeah.
I told Mark we got to get ready today. I don't know how it's going to sound on the air if we have to hit the dump button. We have a couple minutes here. Can I go back to Notre Dame last night? I'm sure you won't have a problem with that, will you? I'm sure you won't have a problem with that. Well, what
do you got?
Well, I'm watching that game, and I just, for me, I found to be the most interesting thing, who are the stars in college sports? You know the answer to that. It's the coach. The coach gets, until recently got all the money. And, what Marcus Freeman signed a deal where he's going to make, $9-10 mil a year? Is he making $10 mil a year now at Notre Dame?
I think it's just a hair under
Or he's
that.
right under.
Yeah.
So he's, 9 and change, whatever it is. I think, I'm not trying to speak for you. Obviously, the jubilation of making the championship game and everything else is very much in front of you. But for me, and I'm not a Notre Dame fan, okay? I'm not a hater, but I'm also not a Notre Dame fan. Brian Kelly left, and, at that time, let's just be honest, until this run here, Notre Dame had been like, okay, it's a good program. It's right on the edge. Is it a great program? But can you win in college football, right? I mean, it was very much Notre Dame is, hey, who can we get into school? Brian Kelly was, whether we like it or not, he got you to the national title game. He could make the college football playoff when it was just, the 4 teams. And so, you hire Marcus Freeman, and there had to be a sense when he was hired, KB, around the country that it's like, okay, is this guy who's not even 40 years old, is he going to be one of these elite coaches? Can he be one of the stars of the sport? And if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I think the thing that is the most, I don't want to say surprising, but probably the satisfaction of this run is, I think you now feel, do you not, that you have one of the better coaches in college football? And you probably didn't feel that way going into the season. And I think now you're going to leave this year, whether you win on Monday the 20th or not, you're going to feel like you have one of the top, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 guys in the sport. And to me, that is a fundamental difference on how you felt probably going into the season in August.
Happy 39th birthday to Marcus Freeman.
Well, it's a pretty good. And he said, what, he and his daughter share a birthday?
They do.
How about that?
So, yes, happy 39th birthday to Marcus Freeman.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that's how I feel from the outside. I question Freeman, and I'm like, and now I'm watching, I'm like, I like this guy. This guy's got it.
Credit to Jack Swarbrick for the hire. Because I said on these airwaves after Brian Kelly stabbed Notre Dame in the back, I said, you know what? This sort of hire of Freeman does create a higher ceiling. It probably creates a lower floor.
Sure it does.
But it creates a higher ceiling. And by that, I meant this. I think Freeman ultimately will prove to be a better recruiter. And I thought in Notre Dame's trips to past semifinal national title championships, they didn't have enough of the elite talent, and they didn't have enough depth. I mean, you'd have 1 or 2 guys get hurt, and they'd be bleeped.
Yeah, which is the opposite of this team.
And
obviously,
right now, this team is the poster child of withstanding all of it. And then, of course, you have the buzzwords. I mean, clearly, these players adore Freeman. I think he's pushed all the right buttons in the times to, there's a bit of a Dan Campbell vibe to him.
Well, there is.
Of that aggressive. We didn't see maybe the aggressive nature necessarily last night with the special team stuff. But if you've watched Notre Dame all year long, I mean, they faked the punt against USC at like their own 28. Their own 30.
If they need to do it against Ohio State or Texas in a couple weeks, they will.
I mean, there's probably times where I'm saying, boy, they're really throwing Riley Leonard this much? Like, I mean, they're certainly uber aggressive defensively. I mean, listen to every time Molly McGrath talked to him last night. He mentioned the word aggressiveness or aggression, whatever, on multiple occasions. Before the Army game, an Army's running all over everybody in college football. He's saying, today we're going to choose violence and, kind of meeting that. And again, those are words that, the 18, 19, 20-year-olds love to hear, and they're going to play like that, and they certainly have backed it up. So I just think their overall roster depth, more than anything, is just in a better state to withstand, a 17-game schedule now that they're going to have, right? 16-game schedule now that they're going to have coming up a week from Monday.
It's the most wins that a Notre Dame team has had, obviously, and you're going to get a lot of these records being broke since we have the expanded college football playoff. He hired good coordinators, and they're doing their job. And to me, there's something about that
Brian Kelly's
that Marcus
quote,
Freeman is doing.
remember the quote.
What's that?
He said it at LSU.
Okay.
Very early in the process. I came here because I believe now I have the resources to win a national championship. And I think that quote sent quite the message to South Bend. Yeah. And look, Notre Dame's got a lot of advantages and a lot of resources, but there are times where that football program was not getting the full attention necessary in today's college football climate. I think now that community finally is realizing that moment.
Coming up on the other side, Greg Rakestraw will join us. Busy weekend of high school stuff. We'll obviously get his thoughts on Notre Dame as well. Rakestraw, 8 o'clock hour around the corner, coming up next.
It's the Wake Up Call with KB and Andy on 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Love also a touchdown score, 16 yards rushing. He leads the way, blocking. Riley Leonard. First and goal from the 2. Irish trying to take the lead. He handed it off to Love, who stays on his feet. Love is in the end zone. Under 5 minutes to go. Second down and 8. Penn State leads by a touchdown. Leonard throws wide open. Jaden Greathouse avoided Jalen Reed and scores. 54 yards. Allard hit as he throws. And it is intercepted. Graduate student from Salisbury, North Carolina, to give Notre Dame the lead in the final seconds. 41-yard attempt. Snap and hold are good. The kick is good! 3-man rush. Allard. Here come the laterals. Warren laterals it off. Harrison Wallace sends it back to Allard. And that's out of bounds and ends the game. Notre Dame has won the Orange Bowl, and Marcus Freeman is taking them to the championship game.
The only thing that could possibly make me happier than when Sean McDonough uttered those words last night is the fact that we get to talk to Greg Rakestraw right now at 8 a.m. And boys, do you know what Monday is?
Is that when you guys are going to Notre Dame for the basketball game against what, Boston College?
Greg Rakestraw behind the wheel.
Okay, let's go.
Me riding shotgun.
You guys are going somewhere and getting some bourbon drinks, right?
We're going to go before, maybe an old-fashioned.
Okay, an old-fashioned, yeah.
I will have the water ready for Greg Rakestraw here. I offered combos in Mountain Dew last week. Rake, I said last night on to the national championship game. I misspoke. We're on to Boston College on Monday. You and me, baby.
Let's go. Let's go.
Monday, Notre Dame, Boston College, Rake and I, annual trip up US 31. I can't wait.
Do we need to go a little early to buy time for a little more souvenirs? I don't think they're carrying Speedos in the bookstore.
Have you been to that bookstore? I don't know. That bookstore is about the size of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I feel like we might need to make a stop in there just to see what their bathing suit collection looks like. You and I trying on bathing suits in there, Rake.
That's going to be a hard pass, but I appreciate where your spirit's at.
Do they bring the football team out in some way? Don't they usually do that after like a big bowl win?
I think there might be more players on the football team than there will be in the stands on Monday.
Well, yeah.
You think Boston College on a Monday is drawing a big crowd?
Well, the way you draw a big crowd is saying Marcus Freeman and the football team is going to be there if you want to give him a standing ovation during the under 8-minute timeout of the first half.
Now, forgive me, are the students back on Monday, or do they not come back for another week?
I think it's one more week.
Then free parking it is for us. Outstanding.
You guys are going to be able to spread out. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Certainly that was not an issue last year.
We were there last year, like the first week of Christmas break, which was great because we kind of pulled up. We're like 6 rows from the actual building. There was no attendant here to take money. Free parking it is. Let's go. You have kind of your run of the concession stand. So, it's the suckers that go to like the sold out games. The real ones go to the ones where it's name your own section night and you can like have the row to yourself. It's glorious.
He is Greg Rakestraw. We'll get set for another busy weekend here, sports-wise here locally. Ray, just general thoughts. I mean, obviously I'm heavily biased, so I will, lead you to the microphone here. Pretty wild game last night. Certainly in the second half, kind of a rock fight early on, quickly turned into, I would say, a thriller there. Just your thoughts on Notre Dame in the national title.
Yeah, fantastic game. And obviously I want to see the local guys do well, and haven't had the chance to cover Jack Kaiser and talk and interview him, as part of a kind of commemorative DVD that was done about Pioneers state football success. Had a chance to get to know him, and he's such a quality individual, so I'm so happy for him. Obviously, this has led to a bit of a rekindling or a resurgence of the love affair of Notre Dame, and it seems to me to be much stronger than it was even when Notre Dame made the national championship game, 12 years ago now, back in 2012. So it's funny to hear kind of the national discourse about this, where the conversation is, does Marcus Freeman make Notre Dame likable? Like, are they no longer the team that you love to hate? Now, if they're good again next year, they'll draw more hate. That's kind of the way that obviously things work. We make anything too popular, and then the immediate backlash kicks in. But no, I thought a fantastic game. I thought a really good player from Penn State simply made a mistake in the last minute, trying to force a ball when you shouldn't have, and Notre Dame was able to capitalize on it. I thought it was a whale of a college football game last night.
Greg, we talked about this last segment. For me, I didn't really know too much about Marcus Freeman. He had some early, losses. I know they had the NIU loss this year, but, I think Marcus Freeman, his star, boy, it's pretty much rose this season. What did you think of him before the season? And I guess, what do you think of him now?
Really, I didn't, what I think of Marcus Freeman was the reaction of the players when he was named as the new head coach when Brian Kelly left. And that tells you something. When the guys in the room go to war for you and their reaction is so genuine when he is named as the new head coach, that tells me, all right, seems like a pretty legitimate dude. And clearly, I don't want to say he's revitalized the program because, again, for as much as people want to hate on Brian Kelly, Brian did a great job of getting that program back to national prominence. And now Marcus Freeman has taken that the step further and has taken that the step that Brian Kelly didn't think was possible, hence the reason why he went to LSU. So nothing but respect for Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, let me be clear. Brian Kelly, I don't know if the Tom Crean analogy with Indiana is the perfect one because it's not like Notre Dame was in, a ton of sanctions or anything, but it was kind of that. He got them onto stable ground, and now Marcus Freeman has taken it and, of course, run with it. That is Greg Rakestraw, ISC Sports Network, and we will certainly Colts postgame show host all year long. Our Friday conversations had a Colts flair to it with Rake, and it will have one again today. Chris Ballard in less than 2 hours. We'll carry that live on these airwaves, 10 a.m. today. Rake the season-ending press conference. I said to Andy last segment, it's January 10th. January 10th words are January 10th words. It's all he can do at this point. What specifically do you want to hear from him today?
I'm not sure if the things that I would want to hear are things that he is going to say, because it would kind of tip your hand. In other words, there needs to be an acknowledgement, and frankly, I don't care what you say. Again, you said it well in terms of words that are said on January the 10th, but there needs to be a change of business, change of how you do things. If the defensive strategy you've been using wasn't working, well, then find a defensive coordinator that's going to be more aggressive. If hashtag team run it back isn't working, well, then go be a player in terms of free agency. Be more willing and able to trade up in the draft to go get the guy you want instead of trading back to be able to get more picks. If what you've done over the course of 8 years has netted you 2 playoff appearances, 1 playoff win, and 0 division championships, then be willing to say, you know what? I keep getting this opportunity. Maybe I need to change what it is and how it is that I do it. But frankly, saying that in January is great. I want to see it in March in free agency. I want to see it in April in the draft. But frankly, most importantly, I got to see it with results in September. So what is said in January, to me, is inconsequential. It's all about the change of practices and then, more importantly, the change of results.
That's the voice. Greg Rakestraw joins us here on this Friday. Still Football Friday on the Payless Liquors hotline. You had the immediate Sunday night. They're going to be back. You had the Jim Irsay letter. You had the video that that's been out the last couple days of Jim Irsay telling the locker room of guys, "Hey, I'm proud of you. You finished the season right. You're 1-0 in 2025." Does anything that's happened in the last 5 or 6 days, does anything surprise you that's went on with everyone coming back and kind of the rhetoric from Jim Irsay?
No, because the indications is that was going to be the way that it was done. And frankly, the last 8 years would tell you that's the way that it was going to be done. There weren't rumblings of massive changes coming, that it was likely to be the status quo. And so outside of the market, you could say, yeah, it's surprising to see so much of the same, but we kind of, without having, smoke signals from the Vatican, we kind of saw this coming over the course of the last few weeks or months.
Was that a Notre Dame grotto reference?
That was not a Notre Dame Grotto reference, although I should have played it off as one. No, that's just a turn of phrase that I tend to use, and just a happy-ass coincidence that it leads into our trip on Monday.
I can't wait. Every exit, there'll be something about that city there. Oh, boy, the conversation, I got chills, frankly, thinking about it, Rake. Where are we at high school-wise? Marion County tournament, city tournament? I feel like we're nearing that on the schedule.
Correct. So Marion County tournament is next week. What we're doing is we're dodging the snow and cold, and hoping that not enough snow falls this afternoon to wreck my high school schedule. I have North Central and Ben Davis in terms of doubleheader fashion tonight. The boys game can be seen on Channel 23. Snow and cold has wreaked havoc with the schedule south of Indianapolis. A lot of games have already been bagged because there's a lot of kids that have missed school for 2 or 3 days, if not the entire week already this week. And more snow than we will get here is in the forecast. But thankfully, we've played most of the games in Indianapolis and North. But yes, we are now past holiday tournament time. Several places have their county tournament this week. I know up in Madison County and Anderson that's the case. I know in Hendricks County that is the case. But in terms of Indianapolis, Marion County tournament tips off on Tuesday. The city tournament is the week after that. In the Marion County tournament, LN has to be the clear favorite. And in the city tournament, it is obviously a dance for Cathedral and Attucks to see each other in the championship game that, if I have my dates right, will be played on Monday, January the 27th.
Rake, you sure you don't want me to drive?
No, I am the son of a trucker, sir. It is in my genes. We're in good shape. You buy the old fashions, we're in good stead.
Okay. I'm the son of a driver's ed teacher, so we go both sides of that here.
You guys listing your driving bona fides. I appreciate that.
Quite the resumes.
Yeah.
We've debated some other people's resumes this week.
Sure
I think Rake and I, from a driving standpoint, we got you covered. Rake, I cannot wait. Certainly, hopefully, Mother Nature cooperates coming up later this afternoon, this evening for high school basketball. And as always, thank you for the combo.
You are welcome, my friend. And again, just to clarify, you're not wearing the Notre Dame Speedos on Monday, correct?
Correct. Yeah, the Speedo will be that would be a post-national championship win if it happens. And really, I mean, we're striking out on the Speedos. Rake, if you know anybody.
Scott Johnson just said that you're out of luck at the bookstore, too. The bookstore does not carry Speedos, just full-length swim trunks. I'm like, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all.
So I think, Rake, what we're going to have to do is
you realize there was some controversy in the Notre Dame swimming program this year.
That's why they're probably out of Speedos.
I know, yeah.
Exactly. What I'm saying is Speedos are probably available if you walk into the athletic office. They're not being used this year, so I'm sure you could find one if need be.
Well, you know what, Rake? We might make a detour pregame here coming up Monday night.
Get our steps in. Got it. Very good.
Love you, Rake. Thank you.
See you, fellas.
Greg Rakestraw, right there, Payless Liquors Hotline.
So I
think we got to go gold Speedo and just paint Indy on it or something.
Well, I mean, I think you
get a real Speedo.
It's got to be gold or green. It's got to be Notre Dame gold or it's got to be Notre Dame green.
Yeah, it's got to be official. You got to have the logo.
Now, two things. Notre Dame basketball plays Duke this weekend.
Duke tomorrow.
So
noon.
you're going to be.
Yeah, we got swim lessons at noon, and I'll be watching that on the phone.
So Mark, get ready for this. They're going to go see Notre Dame and Boston College on Monday. Mm-hmm. Notre Dame basketball is going to be 7-9, 1-4 in the crappy ACC. Not that you don't know, but you can't have everything in life, okay, KB? You can't be in the national title game with a $10 million coach and all the feel good around football. Shrewsbury's dropping the ball. Shrewsbury's so happy that they're going to the title game. Ain't no one paying attention to his program. And then the second thing, I had a buddy said this to me.
I beg to differ. I would be one of those paying attention.
Well, you
heartbreaking losses the last two.
You and Rake might be the only ones.
Turn around the season tomorrow in Durham.
By the way, I did see Shrewsbury got named. Is he head coach of the assistant for the under-19 Team USA? And then there is a photo. I'm showing this to the YouTube audience right now. I don't know if you can see it. There is a photo of Riley Leonard when he had the rushing touchdown. What was it? Third quarter? Was it early fourth? Early fourth. He had the rushing touchdown. No, that was
third, right?
No, that was the third quarter,
he capped
right?
That drive, right?
Yeah, to make it 10-10. When he's on the ground, there's a Penn State player grabbing him.
You know where.
Grabbing them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you seen that? Have you seen that photo?
That would hurt my Speedo.
Yeah.
If you did that to me as I run around the circle, that would hurt my Speedo. Yeah, I said it to my brother at halftime, because I think this was a bit of the debate, and I know McDonough and McElroy came back from halftime after the longest halftime ever and had a little bit of this discussion. Would you stick with Angeli? I thought with that offensive line, you had to go back to Leonard. For those that have not watched all 12 Notre Dame games this regular season, when Angeli's got in the game, he has been a sitting duck in that pocket. And frankly, I think you saw that a little bit even on that final drive of the first half. Obviously, he was very accurate and delivered some huge passes to get that field goal right before halftime. But with a third-string left tackle, a backup center, and a backup right guard, I mean, Angeli would have gotten smoked. I mean, hell, he had a fumble.
I know.
That ball was on the ground. I thought Penn State had that for sure.
I don't know how Carter didn't get that. In fact, it's one of those things, a fumble happens, and, like, you immediately see the players react, and you immediately see at least one of the refs move in and point Penn State's way, and then they didn't point. Like, no one was pointing Penn State's way, and I forget who it was. There was a lineman on Notre Dame's team that was like, no, we have the ball. And I'm thinking, that guy's crazy. There's no way that Carter didn't get the ball. And lo and behold, that was a big play. I mean, that was 3 points. That was a field goal.
But again, I thought Lillard's legs were needed in the second half. I don't know if the stats necessarily back it up, but he is such a threat. I think it allows guys like Love and Price, some of their other players, to get going. And I thought he gave his pass catchers a couple chances.
He made a couple throws in the first couple games he didn't have to. And we talked about that yesterday. Would he be able to do that? And he was.
Yeah.
He was able to do that.
Again, he's a very frustrating player at times. Certainly the pick on a 1st and 10 from the cleanest pocket he had all game. But still, I think he's a guy just with those legs. You got to have him.
Well, you got to clean up some NIL there so you can get Quinn Ewers next year to be your starting quarterback if he leaves Texas and goes to to Notre Dame.
Disparaging Stephen Angeli after that.
I am.
After that performance. Mark, you said we have a caller?
I think we need to take Matt here. He might have a line to a Notre Dame Speedo for you.
Oh,
Matt.
Wow. At first, I thought Mark was going to say Matt has a line for a national title ticket for me. But most importantly, we're going to get the Speedo. Hey, Matt, I'm a little nervous to ask. You've got a connection to a Speedo?
I have a freshman daughter swimmer on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and may have some local connections here.
Done.
Unbelievable.
So you're going to get an authentic Speedo, not something off a website.
I mean, color I don't know, but I think I'm hoping I can work with something here.
God bless you.
Is Under Armour the brand? I don't know who's making swimming apparel.
Absolutely, it's all Under Armour.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, for the Irish.
Matt, I never thought I'd be talking to, Matt, I don't know your age. I mean, 40, 45-year-old and asking for a Speedo, but thank you.
Hey, believe me, Kevin, it's not mine. And if we're lucky, maybe we can beat Amazon Prime and get it there this morning. We'll see.
Mark is going to take your information offline, Matt. Shout out to your daughter. I hope her Notre Dame, you said freshman year at Notre Dame?
Big meet at Purdue today.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Well, safe travels, up 65. I hope her freshman year is going swimmingly well, if I must say. And thank you for the call on this Friday morning.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see it.
How about that?
Have you told your wife about the Speedo? I'm just asking. Because, shirt's one thing, but down below, Speedo,
I don't think I have yet.
That's different than the shirt.
I don't think I have.
Here's the reason I say that. We have a very, I would imagine, small female audience, but there might be a female that, that likes what she sees. Your wife may not like that there are other females that are now viewing you in a different way.
Well,
that's what I thought of last night at 11:28 when, Sean McDonough said, and Notre Dame wins the Orange Bowl.
That might be the most flattering thing you've ever said to me.
Or they might vomit. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, I'm going to guess the latter. Again, the chill is in the air. I've looked at these temps upcoming.
It's 7 degrees out every morning.
I don't see it, going to be balmy here.
No.
I mean, we're looking at what, potentially 14 days out?
No, it's a horrifying scene.
I'm scared for you. Just to map out the schedule for anyone that cares. Again, I've got flights. I've got the Airbnb. I'm going to this is my plan, okay? I'm going to head down there Sunday, a week from Sunday. I think I got about a 4 o'clock flight, all right? My goal is to do the show Monday with you guys, okay? So I'll have my equipment or whatever, or Opal or whatever I need. National title game Monday, I'm going to do the show. My flight back is Tuesday around 9 a.m., so I will not do the show, no matter what happens, the Tuesday after the national title game. And if, for some reason, Notre Dame is the national championship winner here, I think Speedo Day will be Wednesday the 22nd.
Okay.
So I don't know if we need a police escort. I don't know what we need.
Encourage listeners to come out on the circle, root you on.
Jim Cornelison maybe can sing Back Home Again in Indiana before I start.
At 8 o'clock in the morning.
So the shriveling will commence around 8 a.m.
Will WIBC cover this like a big news event?
Yeah, I think John Herrick will be
get the copter out
right there. Yeah, I think
Kurt Darling will be down there.
Kurt Darling will be
taking some video for the website. Can I say one more thing before the check down? You've alluded to the halftime show, which was 45 minutes long. Who the hell is this guy, Nate Smith? You're in Miami, okay? You're in Miami. When you think of Miami, you don't think of bro country guy singing a song called Whiskey on You. That's a Nashville thing. That's
point.
not Miami.
I know.
Come on, you think of Pitbull or somebody like that.
Pitbull. I'm trying to think who Notre Dame had in their the background of their highlight video. They had somebody else I would have guessed there. Yeah, I was stunned. I came back down and thought I was watching the CMAs.
Yeah, I mean, come on,
It's a
what are we
Music
doing?
City Bowl. I'm like, Notre Dame's been in a lot of those Music City Bowls.
What's this New Year's Eve on Broadway
This
in
is not
Nashville?
that.
Come on.
A couple coordinators the Colts defensively are targeting. We will touch on that here upcoming. Let's hit a morning check down.
All right, let's get to last night's game, 27-24. As Notre Dame beats Penn State, they move on to the national title game. Here's Marcus Freeman after the game on everything that went into that final kick from Mitch Jeter to put him into the national title game.
I was more concerned with the protection than I am with Mitch Jeter. Our field goal protection has been a big point of emphasis the last few weeks, and that was what I kept thinking about. And when we had that timeout, was remind them of the fundamentals to execute the protection of protecting the field goal. And Mitch, I leave Mitch alone. He's in his lane, let him do what he does. But I had to make sure those big guys didn't get lost in the moment. It was about execution in that moment, and they did a good job in protection.
National championship game coming up Monday, January 20th. Who will Notre Dame play? It's Ohio State, Texas tonight, 7:30 on ESPN.
I could watch the Jeremiah Love 2-yard touchdown run on an endless loop here. I probably will, frankly, as sorry as that sounds, on this Friday morning. All right, Pacers tonight, Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Will Steph Curry play? We'll keep an eye on that. He was pretty non-committal last night after their game in Detroit. I know that matters to a whole lot of people in the building over that Gainbridge Fieldhouse. You probably will get Buddy Hield. You probably will get Trace Jackson-Davis. Golden State, again, they did play in Detroit. They won last night. Trace Jackson-Davis had a double-double. Steph has mostly sat out back-to-backs this season. We'll see if he remembers what he did last year in that building where he hit 6 threes in the first quarter and, 11 for the game, and maybe wants to try and resurrect those vibes. But a reminder tonight, 7 o'clock, this will air on WTHR. So for Pacers fans that have not been able to watch them here lately with all the Bally and FanDuel stuff, you will get a chance if you have the NBC affiliate. So it is the Warriors tonight, and then Andy, their first game against the Cavs.
I know.
32-4 Cavs.
Who won again last night without Donovan Mitchell.
3-4. So double dip with Cleveland coming up Sunday on the road, Tuesday at home. And we're approaching that Paris trip. It's like,
oh, yeah, I forgot all about that.
It's like a week out, maybe
a
little over
Wemby.
a week.
They face Wemby, right?
Yeah, two games in Paris coming up here later in January.
Quickly, Purdue 68-50 over Rutgers. What can you say? Braden Smith every night, 16 points, had the 14 assists, so Purdue moves on there as well. Let's take a break. Coming up on the other side, who will the Colts interview for their open DC position next week? We'll give you those two names. We'll do it next here on this Football Friday on The Fan.
90 minutes from now, we will carry the Chris Ballard press conference live. So that'll be 10 a.m. We'll carry it live. Andy and Mark will have you covered there. I'm going to head out a little early to make sure I'm up there at West 56th Street for that. So for however long Chris Ballard goes coming up today, you will hear that live on our airwaves. And obviously Jimmy and Jake and John will dissect all of it from there. I don't think I'm prisoner of last night, Andy. That number 44 for Penn State would look pretty good in a Colts uniform.
It's just, I know it's early, but it's such a glaring need for this football team.
And, like, he's not
just
glaring a tight end.
No, he's a blocker. He's a good player.
And, like, Penn State, I thought did not. Yes, they probably could have gotten the ball maybe a hair more, but I thought how they utilize him, just make one phone call to Andy, whatever the hell his name is, the OC at Penn State, and boom, you've got a Warren package already for you. I mean, it is impressive to watch how much they move him around. And, Marcus Freeman was adamant about that as the week moved along of like, guys, he is not a tight end. He is not just an inline tight end. He's a football player. And he's big as hell. When they came out there for the opening coin toss.
Oh, yeah, dude, he's a beast.
I'm like, damn. He's bigger than the defensive tackle on crutches for Notre Dame.
I know we said it. Like, I guess the comp on him might be George Kittle.
But I think he's bigger than Kittle.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, what's he listed at? 6'6",
Ooh, let me look this up. It's a good question. I do not
Wade's
know.
all over it. He's got it right here. What do they list him at, Wade? 6'6", 257?
That's pretty good.
Jeez. And that's the thing. When he came out of high school, Andy, he was just kind of an athlete. Like, he wasn't a very highly ranked recruit because I don't think a lot of people kind of had him pinned down for a specific position. I mean, hell, he looks like a D end, really.
Well, he's as big as a D end, yeah. 6'6", 260. I mean, that's ridiculous.
And again, I watched the USC game where he had 17 catches, and like I've obviously seen him this year. I mean, there is part of me, and this is a little different than Bowers. Bowers lasted to what, pick 13?
Yeah.
The thing about Bowers, though, is Bowers was undersized. I mean, Bowers is an undersized tight end. Bowers is more of the, kind of the hybrid wide receiver tight end. Warren is not.
No, he's not.
And so for those that are obsessed with measurables and kind of holding up at the NFL, line of scrimmage, et cetera, that gives me more reason to think if Bowers lasted till 13 and had that rookie year, I mean, Warren ain't lasting until 14 till the Colts.
No, the Colts would have to move up a few spots if they want to get
because we don't have the wideouts of this draft. We don't even have the quarterbacks really of this draft.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. We don't have the quarterbacks, and we don't have, last year we had the three wide receivers.
Right.
Wide receivers who went before the Colts moved. They tried to
remember?
move up. It was I think because of the success also of Bowers and because he's a beast, I don't think he'll be there for the Colts. If they want him, they're going to have to move up. I don't think, listen, I'm still not sold that they would take him, but I don't think he'll be there. Remember last year as well, it was the conversation of if Bowers would fall to the Colts. And remember when the Raiders took Bowers, it was a surprise because they just took your boy from Notre Dame, right? Is it Michael Mayer who they just took in it was the first round, wasn't it? The year or two before. So people were
maybe second.
I have to believe the Colts are probably a little bit surprised that the Raiders took him. Listen, I think the world of Tyler Warren. If the Colts were able to get Tyler Warren, if they had to move up 3-4 spots and trade away a second or trade away a third or a fourth, whatever it may be, to get him, to me, picks are great, but picks can also be overrated at times. You can go through anyone's draft to find a bunch of picks. You got a couple fourth-rounders, and they end up being a bust. Go get a player or two that can actually play at a high level.
Mark, you fielded a call during the break, and I must say your urgency was pretty adamant. Usually you don't give the response to a caller of, we'll get to you on the other side right away.
Yeah, this is urgent.
And you said his name is Mark?
His name is Mark, so good people right there, and he actually works for Speedo. Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Friday.
Wow. Happy Friday, Mark. What's life like working for Speedo? That's pretty cool. You work remotely?
Yeah.
Do we have a Speedo factory here? Sorry, I'm a bit can't say I've ever purchased a Speedo.
Yes, our headquarters are in LA, and I'm an account exec. Work from home here locally and service accounts over the phone for the whole U.S.
Wow. Okay. Well, congrats on that. I guess there's no real easy way to ask you it. You think you can get me a Speedo, brother?
Absolutely. I'm happy to hook you up for that stroll around Monument Circle.
Look at this. Look at this. Previous segment, we get a caller from a Notre Dame swimmer parent that can make it happen. This segment, we get Mark, who works for Speedo. Mark, I do you specialize? Do you customize? I haven't really perused the Speedo website.
No, we don't really do specializing, but I can get like team color prints. So like stuff like that, like the green that I would be able to get.
Okay. All right. Mark, we're gonna take your info off air.
Sure.
Thank you. I never thought I'd be saying thank you to someone for helping me get a Speedo, but a genuine thank you, a sincere thank you.
I'll meet Mark in one of the parking lots in like a brown paper bag. I'll get the Speedo.
Like a suitcase.
A black market Speedo.
Window goes down. Mark just grabs the bag and moves on.
Appreciate it, Mark. Well, here's the thing, and I can't remember the gentleman who called in before.
Matt.
Okay,
I already texted Matt.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I mean, here's the issue that we have. I think we need both Speedos.
Oh, wow, really?
Well, I think, if you're
Are you running with me?
Well, here's the thing. If Matt is giving you an authentic Notre Dame Speedo, it's no offense to Mark, who is from Speedo, but, that's right from the university.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that is it Chris Giuliano who went to the Olympics?
Right, yeah.
I couldn't remember his last name.
We had him on the show.
Yeah, we had him on the show. I mean, that's something that he would wear at one of these swimming meets. I mean, there is something bonding that is there, but then also we don't want to shun the official Speedo from someone who lives right here and works for the company in Indianapolis. So I guess and I'm not running with you. Do you have, I would imagine your brother doesn't want to do this. Is there a Notre Dame fan that would want to accompany you with the second Speedo? I guess that's kind of my question.
Yeah, I can't say that thought has run through my head at all, really. Honestly, another thought that I've been thinking about is just, do we want, let's say it's, I don't know, the leprechaun or, the monogram. Do you want that on the crotch or the cheek?
You got more space on the cheek, usually.
Oh.
I don't want to discriminate. I'm guessing.
I think that's a safe bet, Mark.
I was wondering how Mark on the phone was going to react when you go, can you get a specially made Speedo? Like, you would need a specially made. They would have to stitch out, a specially made one. I would say you would want it on the butt, on the butt cheek, the butt crack area,
and on the left cheek, D on the right.
Yeah, I think that's what you're looking for.
Maybe in the middle.
Well, that's a lot of space.
We're gonna talk about Steve Wilkes.
Quite the transition to the Colts.
No transition, dude. Hey, the Colts on Tuesday or whatever going to interview Steve Wilkes to be the defensive coordinator.
Lou Anarumo, Steve Wilkes. Those are the two early names. I think I mentioned this to you before when the Gus Bradley, I guess firing, not technically, but, clearly Shane Steichen didn't want him back. When it happened, there are some notable defensive coordinators. And, I kind of forgot about Wilkes.
I did too. He's taking this year off, right?
Yeah, he was a consultant. I thought I saw with the Charlotte 49ers. I'm like, is that dude Biff? Remember Biff, the cutoff guy?
I do remember. I mean, he's got to have some sort of family connection or some sort of, obviously,
he's based out of Charlotte.
Sure,
Steve Wilkes is from there.
Again, he was fired in 23 by Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers, who wanted to change things.
Great year defensively.
Well,
that was kind of a sneaky, I get that we don't get to every NFL storyline, but that was kind of a weird firing last year after the Super Bowl. So, whether it's Matt Eberflus, whether it's Robert Saleh, whether it's Dennis Allen, again, Wilkes' case and Rumo's case, I mean, you have a lot of guys that have either coordinated, I would say, good defenses to very good defenses, been a part of Super Bowl, teams. And then I think you have a second tier of guys that I mentioned earlier in the week that I think have a lot of kind of Ballard-specific, Steichen-specific connections as well. So I definitely want to make sure that we get to that. Here, I promise you, we will not continue Speedo talk throughout the show. Can you guys believe we've gotten two callers? One from a Notre Dame parent swimmer, and then another from a Speedo worker.
It's all about who's listening. If we just kept this conversation going, more people would call in with some sort of connection to a Notre Dame Speedo. Here's the best part. This is why I wish we had a text line right now. I know we have the YouTube chat. There are people that are so pissed off in this area. They're so pissed off that Notre Dame won last night.
I know, and very pissed off about my fandom.
Oh yeah,
he didn't go to Notre Dame. He shouldn't be a fan. Blah blah blah. Just because I'm too dumb and too poor doesn't mean I'm gonna stop cheering.
There are people that are gritting.
You're Rudy.
There are people that are gritting their teeth that Notre Dame is in the national title game. Because until this year, you thought, kind of like Brian Kelly, that Notre Dame's not going to be in the national title game anytime soon.
I'm surprised you aren't wearing that jacket, though. I thought you'd bring the jacket in today.
The leather jacket?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call. I probably should have. I might take the shirt off before I leave. I might. I still haven't decided about that.
Well, you only have what time you leave at 9:25?
Yeah.
So we're under an hour away.
Right after that big old 9 o'clock segment.
That's what I figured. NFL action this weekend. Popcorn game, easiest game, hardest game to pick. We'll do it next here. Football Friday on the Fan.
Just a reminder for Pacer fans tonight. Again, the Warriors in town, their lone visit to Gainbridge Fieldhouse, 7 o'clock tip. They did play in Detroit last night. Steph Curry, there's been 4 back-to-back situations this season. He's only played in both of them one time. His quote last night was, eventually I'd like to start playing in both of them. I don't know if tomorrow night will be that night. He played a lot of minutes, too, last night, didn't he? 35, 36?
I mean, they had to play down to the end. I looked at that this morning, yeah. I'll look up how many minutes, but they had to play deep into the fourth quarter. It's a close game.
So that will be obviously a storyline throughout the day. Trace Jackson-Davis, double-double last night. Buddy Hield back inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. So we'll see about Halliburton and Turner, both of them questionable. Pacers are a 7.5-point favorite. That's going to be one of the higher favorites they've been against the Warriors in quite some time. Certainly last year, Steph was unconscious in this meeting here. 6 threes in the first quarter, 11 for the game. Just vintage stuff.
Does Buddy get a special video before the game?
I think he does. Yeah,
Okay.
I think Buddy gets a nice cheer. I would hope. And again,
Little
I
ovation,
can't
I'm sure.
recall, Andy, if he made a visit here with the Sixers last season, but he started for Golden State last night, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit more of a you announce his name, of course, in the starting lineup and all of that. So
hey, he disappeared with Philly last year.
he did. Didn't he come in that one random playoff game and he hit a bunch of threes?
The very last game.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he didn't do anything until their elimination game, if I'm not mistaken.
So that will be, again, something to watch for tonight, and then in Cleveland Sunday, first time they face the best team in the East all season long, really, ever since they took off early in the year. That will be their first matchup coming up Sunday and Tuesday with Cleveland. We will get to Lou Anarumo, Steve Wilkes, 2 names the Colts will interview for their defensive coordinator position. A little background on them in just a second, but let's hit these wild card games coming up this weekend, guys. Again, just to go over the slate for everybody. Actually, in order, you'll get the 3 AFC games and then the 3 NFC games. Tomorrow, 4:30, Texans-Chargers. The Chargers are favored by 3. Are they the lone road favorite?
We talked about this yesterday. Minnesota.
So the Vikings are favored?
Yesterday, that spread was 1, and in some places, it's moved up to Vikings favored by 2. ESPN has it at 2.5. Okay, so that line's moving.
So Chargers, Texans,
that game
4:30.
Is moved too.
Right. We'll get to that here in just a second. Chargers, Texans, 4:30. Steelers, Ravens is tomorrow night. That's Amazon Prime tomorrow night. Sunday, you'll get in order the AFC and then the NFC's first 2 games. It'll be Bills and Broncos at 1, 4:30 Packers, Eagles. Suck. And then to commence things Sunday night, it'll be Jaden Daniels and the Commanders taking on the Bucks. And then as Mark said, announced yesterday by the NFL, Glendale, Arizona. So the Cardinal Stadium will be where the Rams and Vikings play. Again, just horrific images from that area of Los Angeles and Malibu and I'm trying to think, Santa Monica, just all of those places there. I think Steve Kerr, speaking of the Warriors, I saw him mention last night his childhood home.
Well, J.J. Redick, the home his family
the home
was in
J.J.
too.
Redick lives in.
Yeah,
right,
it's unbelievable.
Right now, just savaged by those fires. So I was curious what the ticket situation would look like for that. There's a 2-hour window today where Rams season ticket holders have first right of refusal. I don't know if that's the right phrase, but they've got the first opportunity to get tickets to that game. And then I think it's like 1 o'clock Eastern time, and then at 3 o'clock it'll go on sale to the public. So that'll be the final game, Rams-Vikings. Where do you guys want to start? Easiest, hardest, or popcorn?
Let's go with the easiest game of the weekend.
What do you got?
I mean, you already know mine. I've been talking about it. Zay Flowers being out for the Baltimore Ravens, their big wide receiver. That is notable. It is. In fact, he might miss 2 games, but definitely they already ruled him out yesterday. So they ruled him out on a Thursday, which is never good. With that being said, I am done with Russell Wilson. I am done with the Steelers. They've lost, 4 games in a row. Pittsburgh has stunk the last month and a half of the season. It's a big spread. I know that. I'm scared of it a little bit, but I think the Ravens win this by double digits. If I can get 27-17, I'm good with that. Derrick Henry ran all over Pittsburgh the last 2 times they played. So I think the Ravens win. I think they covered the 9.5. And quite frankly, I think our Saturday night game's kind of a dud on Amazon Prime. Sorry, Al Michaels.
Mark, easiest game?
I think the Texans are dead. So I'm going to take the Chargers. I think the Chargers have one of the best defenses. Jim Harbaugh's turned that team around. I think they should make pretty easy work of the Texans, and the AFC South will be out of the postseason in Wild Card Weekend.
Yeah, my easiest, Andy, I'm going to go with you. Just that 9.5 to me, I think is a big, big number, especially when you get intra-division. You get a third meeting in a season. I'm going to go there. My hardest game, and, it looks like Jalen Hurts is going to play, but I'm going to go Packers-Eagles at 4.5.
Okay.
I just, 4.5 is always a tricky number. I mean, how many NFL games do you see 27-24, 27-23, 31-27? So, I mean, I kind of like Green Bay. I know the Christian Watson injury is a big one. Do you still hate? Well, of course you hate Green Bay.
Yes.
So you hate who do you hate more, the Green Bay Packers or Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I hate Aaron Rodgers more, but the Green Bay Packers I want them to have zero success in the playoffs, which they've done themselves.
I love fandom. Again, last night, I said it to you guys to lead off the show. Last night, I'm just like, I love sports. And Maddie Bowen utters after the Leonard interception, I won't say it out loud. She goes, I bleeping hate sports. I mean,
she was that mad at Riley
soon
Leonard.
As number 33 caught the ball.
Oh, it was such a bad throw.
And then she's asking me, are you mad? How mad are you?
Yeah, I'm heartbroken.
I'm like, I'm going to go fill up my water. I'm going to come back. I'm going to sit down.
Oh, you're drinking water?
Well,
God bless you. You didn't want to pump 10 Busch Lights during the game.
I had some early drinks in the first half, and then I remembered I got Chris Ballard at 10 a.m. today.
Well, you got to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for us and for Chris Ballard coming up at 10 o'clock.
Hardest game, Andy Sweeney?
Okay, so I'm going to go to the game. I want to get to Eagles-Packers here in a second because, I need to say something that's going to make Mark Dykton probably a little bit angry. But
how dare you?
I think it's Bucks-Commanders. Don't you guys think that Washington can straight up win that game?
I do, but man, how many times does a rookie quarterback won a road game in the playoffs?
I know. Listen, I respect Baker Mayfield, what he's done. I love Mike Evans. They have two young running backs there with Tampa Bay, that are very good. They got a good tight end as well. So I think the Bucks do win this game, but Washington, that's a tricky one. If you told me Washington went in there, won that game, lost in the last seconds, maybe a field goal, I also think that Washington will have a nice amount of fans there. Tampa is one of those stadiums where other fans are able to go in there and get a good amount of tickets. So for me, Bucks Commanders, it's one that I'm staying away from.
I think it's the Vikings and the Rams, which seems a bit silly, but the game is to a neutral field. Now, I don't know how much that actually plays into it, but we obviously have seen Sam Darnold start to tail off a little bit, and the Rams just kind of have found their swagger a little bit with Sean McVay and whatnot. So I'm very intrigued by that game. I think that could be a sneaky, close game.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go there for popcorn. I'm going to go Vikings-Rams. First off, I really respect Sean McVay and Kevin O'Connell. The Brian Flores, angle as well. Again, Kevin O'Connell came from Sean McVay's staff. So I think that's kind of a sneaky storyline. I love watching Matthew Stafford throw the football. And Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua and what they can do. And, again, I'm heavily biased as a Notre Dame fan, but Kyron Williams was such a great running back at Notre Dame. So, I'm going to go there for my popcorn game of the weekend.
All right, so my popcorn game of the week, it's the Eagles and Packers. And I hate doing this for you, Mark, but we need, what's that? Let's go Pack.
No, if you think that's playing on this airwaves, you are out of your mind.
Let's go Pack.
I didn't have that from Andy Sweeney today.
You can leave now.
I need it because, they just all the Saquon Barkley stuff, and I need it because Nick Sirianni's like 28 games over 500, and if he goes out and loses this game and they fire him, I will cackle into eternity. So this is where my fandom against the Philadelphia Eagles, I have to put all my trust into Jordan Love, and I don't feel confident about it, okay? I think the Eagles probably win this game. I picked them to go to the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, but if I can just get the performance that I got last year from the Green Bay Packers, run Josh Jacobs, find Jaden Reed, who's the big tight end, Tucker Kraft, get Tucker Kraft the ball in the red zone.
I was going to say Tucker Carlson.
Let's go, Jordan Love. This is your moment to prove that you don't have to play the first part of the year. You can only play the second half of the year, and you'll be good to go.
He won a road playoff game last year.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. The dump button the last 90 seconds because that was a bunch of crap right there.
Mark, we still got to get your Rudy.
I will give it a review. My popcorn game, though, is Commanders and Bucks. I think Jaden Daniels is very fun to watch. Baker Mayfield, I feel like, went under the radar. He had a pretty outstanding year himself, so I'm very intrigued to see what the Commanders and Bucks do down at Raymond James Stadium. That is my popcorn game.
That's the lowest ticket of the weekend. Actually, Texans Chargers. What am I kidding? Texans always have a bunch of empty seats. They always have a bunch of empty seats.
So again, 4:30 tomorrow, that will be the start, and then it'll wrap up on Monday with Rams-Vikings. Just a reminder, tonight, again, 7:30 kick. What's that, about a touchdown-ish? Maybe a little less than that, Ohio State over Texas?
I'm gonna have to look that up because that line has moved. It is 6 right now.
So that will be the Cotton Bowl coming up tonight.
That over-under is 53.5. I was wrong. I felt like the under was going to hit last night, and that was good until the fourth quarter.
You had to feel good. Hell, at halftime, you had to be cashing your check almost.
Yeah, I was. I thought that was pretty good, but I had Notre Dame, so everything canceled each other out. All right, so we still, next hour, KB will leave at about 9:25, 9:30, so we'll get him out of there. Some Anthony Richardson talk, plus what do you want to hear from Chris Ballard today? And Mark Dighton has to give his Rudy review. So still another hour to go. It's a Football Friday right here on The Fan.
It's the wake-up call with KB and Andy on 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Love also a touchdown score, 16 yards rushing. He leads the way, blocking. Riley Leonard. First and goal from the 2. Irish trying to take the lead. He handed it off to Love, who stays on his feet. Love is in the end zone. Under 5 minutes to go. Second down and 8. Penn State leads by a touchdown. Leonard throws wide open. Jaden Greathouse avoided Jalen Reed as he throws, and it is intercepted! Graduate student from Salisbury, North Carolina, to give Notre Dame the lead in the final seconds. 41-yard attempt. Snap and hold are good. The kick is good! Three-man rush. Aller, here come the laterals. Warren lateraled it off. Harrison Wallace sends it back to Aller. And that's out of bounds and ends the game. Notre Dame has won the Orange Bowl, and Marcus Freeman is taking them to the championship game.
Not sure I've ever said this twice in a show. Hell, before 7:01 a.m. I'm not sure if I had ever said it. I've known Mark Dykton for a handful of years. To channel my inner Joe Namath, Mark, I want to kiss you.
I appreciate that, Kevin, I guess. I don't know how else to say it.
Should I have slurred that a little bit more?
I want to kiss you. Was it Susie Colbert he did that with?
You know it was.
Yeah, that's one of the great moments of Monday Night Football.
Mark, what a beautiful open. I greatly appreciate that.
Kiss you. I couldn't care less about the team struggling. I want to kiss you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a huge compliment.
Whenever that scream happens there at the end, I always think of Howard Dean. Remember the politician?
Of course I remember Howard Dean. I love these struggling. I mean,
that's the one that had a lot of G's on it.
He had to smell like gin.
Well,
Still after all of these years, a decade and a half later, when you hear that Joe Namath sound, like there is a smell of moonshine that goes into the air every single time you play that sound.
I was going to say, I don't know if I'd stop at gin, honestly, on the old smell. What an intro. That was
Howard Dean and Joe Namath.
What a combo right there here in the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. Just a reminder, we will have you covered here coming up in an hour. Chris Ballard is going to meet the media. His season-ending press conference will be at 10 a.m. here. We will air it live. Andy and Mark are going to stick here in studio. They'll have you covered. I'm going to leave here in about 20 minutes or so, head up to West 56th Street. So we will hear from the Colts GM. I cannot think of a greater high of what I felt last night at 11:30 to then when I remembered that I had this coming up at 10 a.m. today.
I don't know
I'm I don't know. I forgot I wrote an article that said that Chris Ballard should be fired, and yet here he is getting a ninth year at it.
So what's the, I guess, we'll get into the D.C. stuff here in a second. If you got one question today, listen, I think Ballard will be asked everything, right? I mean, he's going to be asked, this could go 30, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, so he's going to be asked everything. If I say, Kevin Bowen, you get one thing. They're calling you one time this press conference. What is it?
Yeah, just the general, why should we believe you after the first 8 years? What's going to change?
Yeah.
That just general thought of, Chris, these words sound very similar to what we've heard before at this podium. Why should fans out there believe the actions will be any different? So and again, that kind of encompasses probably several different other questions or different topics. But yeah, if I got called on once today, that would be it.
My prediction on part of his answer to that will be it takes two to tango. That he wanted to move up with the Giants specifically. We know that with the Hard Knocks got leaked out. That he wanted to move up in the draft last year, but nobody would meet him in the middle. And then somebody like Danielle Hunter, who they had interest in, who knows exactly what they were going to offer or they did offer. And then that negotiation, he ends up going to the Houston Texans. Again, he's going to tell you it takes two. That Danielle Hunter, maybe it's more money. Maybe he wanted to go back to Houston. I think that will probably be, if I had to guess, that'll probably be the conversation that you get. Again, for me, I want to hear about culture and I want to hear about Anthony Richardson. Those are at the top of my list. And then third, and we'll talk about it here, defensive coordinator and defensive scheme. Who's making the hire? Does it have to be somebody who reminds us of Gus Bradley, or are you actually going to go out of the box to try to hire somebody who's a little bit different?
Ryan's asking here in the chat, will the Ballard interview continue to stream on YouTube? Mark, you said yes.
I've been told that I haven't been told we can't, so I plan on doing that, yeah.
Now, just a kind of fair warning, technology is a little different than what we've normally done, but if the stream is running, I would think that, yeah, I guess. Hopefully.
You're just going to see me in here taking notes on things that Ballard said.
Probably shaking
notes,
your head vehemently.
Yeah.
I mean, two things.
It won't be
that'll
great.
leave the opportunity for those that listen to us on YouTube, and it's a very dedicated audience. Thank
Sure.
you to continue to do that. And B, you can interact in the chat, which I know a lot of people enjoy doing on top of that. So, yes.
Some live reactions, yeah.
All right, DC, the two names that are out there, KB, go.
Yeah,
before you
so
get
let's
out of here.
Start with Lou Anarumo, Cincinnati defensive coordinator. He actually was a longtime assistant at Purdue as a defensive backs coach. Certainly I think if you think back to the last handful of years of the Bengals, I think at times you looked at them, particularly in the playoffs, and you're like, wow, look at their defense against Mahomes, really. And they were a very poor defense each of the last couple of years. I've never thought, Andy, that they have a uber amount of talent on that defense. Now, I know that they have swung and missed at a lot of premium draft picks defensively here in the past few years, so that would be a question I would have. But by all accounts, Anarumo is a guy that is very adaptable in terms of in games and in a season. And I think that is kind of what has led to, some of this, hey, he's the Mahomes whisperer, if you will. I mean, like, there's kind of that vibe to it. He comes from, again, a defensive background there. So, that rumor is for Tuesday on that interview. So that's a little bit on Lou Anarumo. If you got anything to add, feel free.
Well, I just think for him, and Steve Wilks is the other guy. We'll get to him. It feels like Steve Wilks is he plays a little bit more of the zone coverage that we saw with Gus Bradley, but he also is much more aggressive. And I find what's interesting about Steve Wilks is whether it be in Carolina for I think it was 12 games or it be with Arizona. And again, he was one and done, I believe, in Arizona, that he has head coaching experience. And I don't know if, when you had this new DC, is this it's someone that's got to work alongside Shane Steichen, but it also might be somebody who could help Shane Steichen, who has sat in that seat before, and that's what's so different about Steve Wilks. As for Lou, he's got 6 years as a coordinator. 2 of them are really good, and the other 4 are just kind of okay.
Right.
And I think I like him because he's multiple. He isn't married to just playing one thing. Do they call him? Is it the magician? Is that what they call him? Like
the mad scientist.
Yeah, the mad scientist. Mm-hmm. That's it. He doesn't mind mixing it up within a game. I like that. I would kind of say out of those 2, I would take Lou. I think the issue that I have is how does their personnel, how is that going to match up if he's playing multiple things within a game? That's not something that we have seen around here. So I would say as a starting off point for finding the next defensive coordinator, I think both of these are pretty solid NFL names to start out the process next week.
I think if I had to pick one of the 2, I'd probably side with Wilks, okay? And
sure.
Hear me out a little bit on Steve Wilks. First off, background-wise, Shane Steichen's first year in the NFL was with the Chargers in 2011. Steve Wilks was a defensive assistant with the Chargers. And remember, we had Norv Turner on after Shane Steichen was hired. Norv Turner hired Shane Steichen to be a defensive assistant first. And, a lot of these staffs do this. I don't know how well people are kind of abreast of this, but, teams around the NFL will have an offensive-centric guy defensively to pretty much teach the weekly game plan to the defense of what the opposing offense is trying to do. So Shane Steichen was initially with Steve Wilks. Now, this was 13 years ago at this point.
But it matters.
I'm just trying to connect some dots. Wilks was with Chris Ballard in Chicago as time. If you think back to that Carolina Super Bowl team when Wilks was the defensive coordinator, I mean, that was a great defensive team and a great defensive back unit in Carolina when they were, 15-1, I think. So Wilks followed Ron Rivera around a whole lot. That's where you'll see his background. And I brought it up earlier in the show, Andy. It is very mysterious why he was fired from San Francisco last season. He was a San Francisco defensive coordinator for 1 year. He's had these 1 year head coaching jobs. Remember, he was the interim in Carolina. They went 6-6.
They went to the Super Bowl, did the Niners, right?
Yeah. And then again, he was the interim in Carolina after Matt Rule. Some people thought Wilks would get the job. Tepper goes with, or not Tepper. Yeah, Tepper, right? That's the owner there?
Yeah.
Dave Tepper goes with Frank Reich instead. So then Wilkes goes to San Francisco to take over for DeMeco Ryans. And there he kind of had the hybrid of let me take what DeMeco Ryans did really well and keep that, but also a little bit of my stuff. And they were great. I mean, you look at their categories last season, Andy. I mean, they were
a top defense.
Yeah, and I know there was maybe a little bit of an issue in the playoffs, but not like an overwhelming amount of issues in the postseason. Yet he was let go from San Francisco and pretty much sat out this year. So, he, again, of these two, I'd be curious about both of these guys, again, defensive backgrounds. So I think when you hear of kind of, okay, how would you disrupt the quarterback? With Wilkes especially, it's more in disguise with coverage, which I like. I think that is very, very key on that end, and I think it's been an issue under Gus Bradley. So, again, these are the first two names rumored to interview for the job.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, the timeline here, don't you think? Like, next week, just thinking about it, next week we could have the Dallas Cowboys job be open. And if Nick Sirianni lost, if Green Bay went in, and I don't think, I know I did the Go Pack Go last segment, but, I still think
we got flagged by the FCC.
I think we did. Like, I still think the Eagles win that game, but if they lost and they embarrass themselves and they look like a mess and there's a bunch of infighting and Sirianni's yelling at someone on, in the stands. Remember last year, Howie Roseman, who's like the GM who runs the Eagles, he pushed Sirianni aside and hired Kellen Moore at offensive coordinator and Vic Fangio for his defensive coordinator. The reason I bring that up is I could see a situation where Nick Sirianni actually is let go. They probably feel like we could throw in just about anyone and we could go win 10, 11, 12 games in the NFC East. So, do we get another job or two that opens here in the next few days? The reason I bring that up is it's going to give us like 10 teams that need a defensive coordinator. So who is available? And then, if you're Steve Wilkes, for instance, and you like the Colts job in 3 days, you mentioned on Tuesday maybe he interviews. Well, on Wednesday, we might get news that the Dallas Cowboys are revamping. Then what happens? Like, that to me next week is the interesting thing. I would imagine they got to bring in 2 or 3 more guys for interviews, right?
Oh, easily. I'd be stunned a week from today if we have a defensive coordinator here in Indy. I think this is, you just kind of laid out how the NFL calendar works and how the schedule works. I mean, and again, how coveted is this job? Do people look at this defensive coordinator job and say, hey, I'm going into a lame duck situation? As weird as this might sound, do they look at it and say, hey, I might be the interim coach by Halloween there?
Well, listen, Steve Wilkes has done it before.
I know that might sound like a kind of a weird statement, but so this is just I'm curious kind of how you would rank this job versus the other defensive coordinators.
It's a middle-of-the-road DC job. I hate saying it, but don't you view it that way? It has some talent, but it does not have overwhelming talent.
I say it's middle of the road, but it's also a higher risk because of the situation that Kevin just laid out. I think it maybe actually drops a little bit as far as like intrigue for it because I don't want to go, so I don't want to uproot my family and then I might get launched a year later.
Can I add something to that? I want to say that I agree with you guys. I want to say that I agree that it could be a one and done. I'm going to move my family. I'm going to move myself. And these guys do this, so it's not as big of a deal as it is, maybe for the normal worker. The flip side of that is, you guys really think Jim Irsay is getting rid of somebody? And you really think the Colts are going to bottom out enough that Jim Irsay would get rid of somebody? Like, that's where it gets back to the big picture of, I don't buy it. I don't think the Colts are a 4-win team next year to where you're like, well, you got to get rid of everybody. And Ballard's under contract through 2026. Why would they get rid of? They win 8 games next year. Why would Jim Irsay make a move then? He hasn't done it last year.
And they're 1-0 in 2025. We should mention that.
I mean, they're undefeated.
Hey, can I show you guys what I was doing on third downs last night?
Well, I mean, is that easy?
On Notre Dame third downs? Yeah.
Mark, you might have to go with the full camera shot. Can't we do that here?
Yeah,
I gotta
do that.
Let's go aerial.
I gotta remove my headset here.
Okay.
I'd take the shirt. I go like this.
Oh, the shirt's off. There it is.
Oh, my God.
Oh, poor Ward. Poor Ward having to see this. Wade. Why do I keep calling you Ward?
Big third down stop. Big third down stops, right?
And Maddie's just shaking her head.
Oh, she's
wondering
not
how
watching.
soon she can
She's not
leave the
watching
house.
YouTube right now. Good for you.
Neighbors are looking in the windows.
Oh, the new neighbor too, right?
Jack Kaiser, Drake Bowen had some big third down stops last night.
Good for you.
Indiana kids.
Does your brother take his shirt off as well? Is that his go-to when Notre Dame plays well?
Slap bellies.
Yeah.
Jump in the air and slap bellies.
I can't say we've gone there, but
you guys need to go shirtless.
He's a very passionate,
so when are you getting
Notre Dame
when
fan.
are you getting the tickets, by the way?
Well,
so how does that work out here?
DMs are open.
Okay, well, if you're gonna buy a ticket, how does that work out? Are you gonna try to get in with like the Notre Dame people and spend the full money, or are you just gonna come on? These are big stadiums. People got to travel. You got to go a StubHub or something. Am I wrong there? You got to go secondary market.
I mean, look, this show has been about finding a Speedo, and so far we've had a father of a Notre Dame swimmer call into the show and offered up a Speedo. We had a person that works for Speedo offer a Speedo as well. I could be working at the Chick-fil-A in Mercedes-Benz Stadium coming up a week from Monday, and I'll happily do that to get in the building. I have no ins.
And it'll be
I
open.
have no leads on tickets. I am looking.
Yeah, but I mean, come on.
I got flights. I've got the Airbnb. We're booked there.
Where's the Airbnb roughly at? Is it
a little
downtown?
north?
Okay.
Yeah, a little north. I think it's like 15 minutes north. Because, again, I plan to do the show Monday morning from the Airbnb.
I'm looking at tickets. Tickets are available. I'm just looking at StubHub.
Well, there's,
brother.
I mean,
I would.
What I was looking at had a comma in there.
Oh man,
you see the cheapest ticket?
I'm looking at these tickets. Section 311's $1,800.
It's almost as much as the Speedo Andy found on eBay.
Oh my God! I thought we'd get upper level tickets for $350.
Did you really? Do you see the brands that are left,
know.
Andy?
I
You
know.
were born yesterday in college
I know.
sports.
I apologize. Man, Section 217, $2,300. Okay, so you are going to need those DMs to be open then. Oh, my God.
I'm on my knees.
Man.
I wouldn't go there.
Well, oh, my goodness.
Same thing.
No, you're going to have to beg.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not like a $700 ticket. You know what? I bet this will go down, though. This is the same thing that happened in South Bend. Well, remember we looked at the tickets.
And I think
it's
the
$1,800.
weather played a bit into that. I mean, let's be honest here.
Sure.
It's Ohio State or Texas. You're not getting little VCU in the national championship game here.
You know what your take needs to be, and I'm kind of you're not like being spirited like this. If you were, this would be the take that in the state of Indiana, Curt Cignetti had his moment, and then the big boy showed up. And it was nice. He had his nice win against Washington, right? Cignetti had his nice win against who did he beat? Who did he replace? Who they replaced Louisville
smashed
with?
Nebraska,
Well,
didn't
I
they?
mean,
was it Western Illinois?
Yeah, they had their nice Western Illinois win, and they beat Nebraska and Matt Rule. But then the big boys showed up, and then they played a game, and then one of them got cast aside, and one went on College game day. But one didn't talk. One played football, and then one went on and beat an SEC team, and and then last night beat Penn State, who you didn't have to play, Indiana and Curt Cignetti, and now they're in the national title game. And everyone's forgot about Indiana football. That could have been your take.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's too bad it wasn't.
Unbelievable season, Bloomington. Unbelievable season, but
just not as good as Notre Dame.
I think 3 Fridays ago when you guys, speaking of wardrobe, you guys helped me out and getting the multi-layers going there on that Friday. You guys were big fans of the Harley jacket that I was rocking. I mean, I think we saw older brother versus little brother play out over the 60 minutes.
That's what I'm talking about.
And the thing about Jeremiah Love, you talk about that game, the 98-yard run, and then you watch him last night on the 2 or 3 yard touchdown run. The fact that kid has to be in college football for one more year
I know.
is rather insane. I mean, he is I said earlier in the show, he's the most electrifying player I've ever seen at Notre Dame. And it's those two things. It's like the ability to go 98 and the ability to throw in the hurdle, and then the ability to have 5 Penn State defenders bounce off him at 80% and get in the end zone. He is
Well, he showed you both.
He's a freak.
Yeah, he showed you, hey, I can get the corner and I can score a touchdown, or I can run you over. By the way, I follow Tom Crean on Twitter.
Yeah.
He's listening to Sirius XM radio right now as Tom Crean. He just tweeted this out. And the song he's listening to, the name of it is Hooters.
Really? We need to get Tom Crean on.
I guess that's the band. The band is Hooters. Tom Crean is listening to Hooters, and the name of the song is All You Zombies. I just looked it up.
Wow.
Okay, Tom Crean. Look at you.
I guess I didn't really think of what Tom Crean. By the way, Thomas Bryan, some glowing words for Tom Crean yesterday on with Jake and Jimmy.
Oh, did he? I did not hear that.
That was a good interview. If you missed that, check that out. All right, I'm going to head up to West 56th Street here in a few. Again, Chris Ballard presser at 10 a.m. Let's hit a morning checkdown.
The Morning Checkdown, brought to you by the Barbasol Horizon League Basketball Championships. March starts here at the Corteva Coliseum, March 10th and 11th.
All right, last night, Notre Dame over Penn State 27-24. That's your final. Notre Dame moves on to the national title game coming up Monday, January 20th. The kick heard around the world from Mitch Jeter. Ya boy. Here's his quarterback, Riley Leonard, on the kick.
It's kind of funny to me because I kind of knew the kick was going to go in. Like, we all knew the kick was going to go in. The kid's just got ice in his veins. Like, anytime his number's called and he's got to make it, like, it's a lock. So, shout out to Mitch Jeter there. We, and to the defense as well. Our job was to get 15 yards or so, get us in field goal range, and the rest is history.
Big third down conversion, like the little rollout play to the left there from Riley Leonard. It does set up tonight. Who will Notre Dame play? It's Ohio State or Texas. That game's 7:30 on ESPN.
All right, tonight inside of Gainbridge Fieldhouse, Pacers 7.5-point favorites over the Warriors. Again, Steph Curry has played in one of the 4 back-to-backs for Golden State this season. He played last night in Detroit, was very non-committal about playing in Indiana tonight, so that'll be something to keep an eye on for the Pacers. Halliburton and Turner, both questionable. Halliburton, that ankle, I think he kind of commented after the game. He was feeling it at times, so that'll be something to keep an eye on. And Turner dealing with an illness, missed Wednesday night. So after tonight at Cleveland on Sunday, first time all year, they face the best team in the East.
Only other thing I have, Purdue 68-50 over Rutgers last night. Braden Smith continues to be obviously, he's first team All-Big Ten. We'll see where he's at in the All-American status. 16 points, 14 assists. I watch a good amount of this game. I never felt like Purdue was going to lose this game. It got down to like 6, 7, 8 a couple different times, but I don't know. I never felt like Rutgers was going to win. Dylan Harper only had 6 points last night. I think he's 2 and 9 from the field.
Straight Big Ten wins by 18 apiece or more for Purdue here. Shout out to Paul Casaro and the Jags, 95-61 over Detroit last night.
All right, we'll take a break. KB getting out of here. We'll do a little Notre Dame talk plus Anthony Richardson conversation as well. What do you want to hear from Chris Ballard today? And then coming up in about 20 minutes, a Freebie Friday on the pop quiz. We got you to 10 o'clock, and then at 10, reminder, Chris Ballard's press conference. We'll have it live right here. It's a Football Friday on the Fan.
It's the Wake Up Call with KB and Andy on 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
All right, back at it on this Football Friday. We got you to 10 o'clock here on The Fan. So KB has left us. Me and Mark Dykton hanging out with you until 10 o'clock. And a reminder, coming up at 10 o'clock, we will have Chris Ballard's press conference live right here on The Fan. So that could go 20 minutes. I tend to think the over-under mark is probably like 30 minutes or so. I mean, once you get to 30 minutes, like what could you ask that hasn't been asked already? So
some people want us to go a full 2 hours. Like, can you guys recap afterwards? I'm like, I'd love to.
So
but
we're going to have a lot of that. So, if we go to 11 o'clock or so, you'll get an hour or whatever it may be of ESPN radio. And then Jake and Jimmy, they got you coming up at noon, so they'll get the first chance to react. And then JMV coming up at 3 o'clock. Reminder, tonight, Pacers in action, hosting the Golden State Warriors, 6:30 hour coverage on The Fan. And one thing, just with that quickly, I would expect maybe Steph Curry doesn't play tonight. They played in Detroit last night. That has been the track record. Older player. They're a game, I think, over 500. So they're very, and the West is so difficult. They're very middling. Probably not even a playoff team, maybe at year's end. So again, 6:30 tonight. If you're driving around, check us out. We'll have that game on The Fan. A couple different things I wanted to reiterate. I want to get to Ballard here in just a second. And reminder, in about 15 minutes, we have our Freebie Friday on the Pop quiz. I just, we talked a lot about Notre Dame and, this morning, and it's funny, with KB gone, I feel like KB with the Notre Dame stuff, Mark, he's the good guy that is rooting for the devil of college football.
Oh.
But no, it is. I mean, people don't like Notre Dame. I think there are more people gritting their teeth about us having fun with little old Notre Dame football that are like, but they might be happy because they like KB. Okay, I think that's what's going on here. But it's funny, the last couple years, the SEC has become so pompous, and the Big Ten maybe a little bit, but the SEC has thumbed their nose so much at the rest of college football that it's made a team like Notre Dame and a program like Notre Dame almost seem like an underdog. KB read the stuff about Brian Kelly, who went to LSU a couple years ago, and he went to LSU, and one of the things that he said in his press conference was, I can now actually contend and win a national championship. And when he said that, I think the majority of people in college football actually agreed with that. Because when Notre Dame had made these big bowl games, you think of what was it? KB's not here. It was Alabama. They got housed in the national title game. It was very much a SEC elitist. We have all the NFL guys, and while you have nice players, you don't have great players. Right? Like that was the thought. Well, you're not going to really be able to contend. And so it is interesting the last couple years, I don't want to say the level playing field, but at the very top, it used to be SEC and everybody else. And now Big Ten, you saw the Big Ten dominate with Ohio State and Penn State in the Final Four. There was a chance, and I know Paul Feinbaum talked about this, and you can insert your joke with Paul Feinbaum, but there was a chance that we got Ohio State and Penn State in the national title game. And the swing away from just the South and the SEC being able to win, you got to be in Georgia or Florida or Mississippi to have a chance to win the national title. It feels like the last couple years that has went away. And then what's also interesting, the Big Ten moved away from ESPN. And, a lot of the noon Fox games, that's one thing that Ohio State complained about is having to play a lot of noon Fox games. ESPN got the best of both worlds. They got the SEC all year. They got the SEC early in the college football playoff, and now they're getting all the Notre Dame and Big Ten viewers on top of it. So, last night, and I told KB this off the air and on the air, for me watching that game, if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I'm excited because it feels like we have one of the better coaches and, and staffs, if you will, in the country. And you didn't know that a couple years ago. And you didn't know that in August going into this season. And you maybe didn't know that week 2 after you lost to Northern Illinois. So Notre Dame wins. We'll see what happens. I tend to think
I want Ohio State, Notre Dame.
Yeah, I tend to think it's going to be Ohio State, which opens up an entirely different conversation.
Lou Holtz and Ryan Day yelling at each other again.
It opens up Ryan Day, who is a guy who I don't want to say he's a sympathetic figure. I mean, there's a guy making $9-10 million. He's coaching at Ohio State. He's got a lot of pressure on him. It comes with the business. We get it. But this is a guy, because of the way his teams played against Michigan, he's been dumped on. It reminds me for years, and I don't have the exact numbers. When I was doing sports radio in Louisville, Mark, the main Ryan Day reminds me of Rick Pitino in a lot of ways. Rick Pitino could not beat John Calipari. It didn't matter what kind of team he had, and he rarely had the better team. He could not beat him, where it kind of denigrated the career of Pitino. He wins the championship in 13. It gets, the sex scandal and the hookers. It gets taken away. It's a different discussion. But, Ryan Day has a chance here to say, I'm going to win the national title. And I think, this is a guess, have you guys noticed, and there are teams that are in the playoffs like the Lions, you have a guy like Ben Johnson. Have you noticed that no one's making a hire yet?
Mm-hmm.
I think there are teams waiting. I think an NFL team may reach out to Steve Sarkisian and Ryan Day.
That could happen.
I would not be surprised if that's the case. And
that means Mike Vrabel's probably got his eyes on Columbus then.
Well, I think Vrabel takes New England, but again,
would he though?
You're gonna have 7, 8, 9 jobs here.
Yep.
That are. There's still a job or two that very well could come open. The Eagles, the Cowboys officially have to do something. The Cowboys have to do something here in the next few days. So I wanted to get to that just quickly for me as well. So Chris Ballard's coming up at 10 o'clock today. And we've talked about, we have talked all week about, and last week, and you guys, I don't want to say you're tired of the Chris Ballard conversation because it's still very much play the hits. And the hits right now are talking about Chris Ballard. I gave you my 3 things. Culture, I want to hear him talk about that when Kenny Moore comes out, when DeForest Buckner comes out, and both of those guys are saying the culture here ain't great. Shane Steichen has given us almost nothing in these press conferences. What did Shane Steichen actually give us at the end of the season? The guys were fined. That when something happened,
supposedly.
That he was there to stop it, which is not a good thing.
Which doesn't make sense because then you had DeForest Buckner say that guys need to check their ego and there's complacency with veterans and all that. So it's like polar opposite day.
Like, what do you believe?
Yeah. Who you believe in there?
Culture stuff to me is number 1. Anthony Richardson, I want to get to him here in a second, is number 2. And then defensive scheme. They have a couple guys coming in. Anarumo, Wilkes are coming in to interview early next week for the job. I would imagine several other names. And again, this goes into if other staffs, the Eagles or the Cowboys, become open after playoff time or during the playoffs, what happens there? There's always, Aaron Glenn leaves the Lions. Now the Lions got to find somebody. So we'll find out what happens. I like both of those names. It's a good place to start. It's a better place starting off than Gus Bradley. And nothing against Gus, but you had a weak defense. They couldn't tackle. You're not aggressive. We don't want to allow the big play. That's fine. Time of possession hurt this team. It hurt this team offensively. And for Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard to take this long to figure it out, it doesn't make any sense. The other thing, we haven't talked too much about it, is the Anthony Richardson stuff. I wrote down, we never got to it because the Notre Dame conversation today, but I was going to ask KB, and this is for next week when we play the Ballard sound, is where are we with Anthony Richardson?
Boy, I don't know.
And that's
I don't know.
That's the question. Where are we? And I don't even mean, I could even throw out, where's the back injury?
Yeah.
We have had major shoulder issues. We have had, did he have an ankle issue? We've had concussion issues. We have had back issues, and this guy's not even played. He's just now played maybe close to a full season in the NFL.
It's head, shoulders, knees, and toes. It's like the song goes.
It's just
that's the injury report.
And so there's that part of it is How do you build a team? And now that you have 2 years of data on Anthony Richardson not being available, you're bringing in competition? Or really? You're bringing in competition. The way we know Chris Ballard, you're going to go get Justin Fields? Like, we can make fun of Daniel Jones. You're going to go get Daniel Jones? Like, I'm asking because there's only a few guys that fit the mold of, hey, they could win you a game, they could be your backup quarterback, and they could push Anthony Richardson a little bit. There's only a few. Like, I could give you the name Trey Lance. I saw Trey Lance play with Dallas Week 18. I thought he stunk. Kyle Shanahan thought he stunk. He took him. He traded everyone to go get him. And so, Mike McCarthy doesn't play him, doesn't make him the backup, and Kyle Shanahan didn't want him on a team. You tell me. Those are two guys that know the quarterback position pretty damn well. The other thing with Anthony Richardson, and Mark, I haven't mentioned this too much on air, but it's probably a good conversation at some point. I am interested in, and I was stunned about something. I am interested now that the season is over and we're going into this postseason press conference with Ballard. Again, 10 o'clock, we'll play it live here on The Fan. That it feels like the people that were lecturing me when they benched him for Flacco are nowhere to be found. They're
in witness protection now.
Well, Mark, when he got benched for Flacco, and I'm not saying it was the wrong opinion. There was the outcry of why would you do this? Of making, nationally it was made fun of.
Because you knew that Flacco wasn't a long-term answer, and you spent the 4th overall pick on that guy.
Where are those people locally now?
Yeah, they're not here.
And then in the middle of the season, what always struck me was everyone here is anti-Ballard. And it's understandable. I'm not asking you not to be. I would be an idiot to come on here and say, you know what you guys really should do? You guys should really be pro Chris Ballard. But what always interests me about this was everyone's anti-Chris Ballard, but in the middle of the season, Mark, when we got to the AR discussion, in the AR discussion with Flacco, everyone backed Anthony Richardson. Well, he was drafted by Chris Ballard.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're telling me, okay, I don't believe in my general manager, what would be the last thing you would want your general manager to do? Draft a quarterback. Draft a quarterback, right?
Yep.
I mean, in other words, you don't believe in this guy. Like, this is, as a Giants fan, this is what I've struggled with. Joe Shane has been a bad general manager. He's going to keep his job this year. He might draft a quarterback. Well, he's been a bad GM. Why would I think that if there's 3 quarterbacks that he would take the right quarterback? Why would I think Chris Ballard, who has not ran a team effectively for how long now in Indianapolis, would get the quarterback right? So while people were dumping on Ballard, they were also lifting up Anthony Richardson, who was the greatest prize that Chris Ballard has drafted in 8 seasons in Indianapolis. And they would back him, and then we got to the end of the year, and he had a couple comebacks against the Pats and the Jets and these crappy teams, and then he had the back injury, and then now there's no one out there that is clamoring for Anthony Richardson the way they did before the season or at any point during the season. That, to me, is something, I guess it's an inconsistency.
Yeah.
That's what it's an inconsistency that I don't understand what has happened here. So we'll hear about that. I want to hear about tight end. We want to hear about another running back next to Jonathan Taylor. I want to know what Ballard thinks of Jonathan Taylor leaving the ball at the 1-yard line against Denver.
Yeah. I also just want to know, is he going to be open-minded to, changing his philosophy? Because for years now, he is not. He's been the way we're doing it is the right way. I firmly believe this and that. Well, clearly it's not working, and now you're having fractures in the locker room and all this drama off the field. Are you actually going to sit there today and say, you know what, maybe we haven't done things the way we need to do it, and we might reevaluate things, like maybe taking more swings in free agency? It'll be interesting to see. That's some of the big stuff I want to hear from him today.
This team is not in a rebuild, but they're in a retooling to the point to where if you think they're just 8-9 wins next year and they're close enough to where they can turn this around, I'm not. Listen, you could be 5 wins next year. I mean,
that road schedule is brutal.
The road schedule is brutal. You have lost to bad teams. Right now, you don't have a quarterback that you feel comfortable in. So we'll talk about that, obviously. Tons of NFL coming up this weekend. Let's take a break. 317-239-1070. It's a Freebie Friday pop quiz coming up next.
Can you handle the pressure? Sharpen your pencils. It's time for the Pop Quiz with KB and Andy. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube, Indiana's favorite oil change since 1985.
All right, Freebie Friday here, Pop Quiz on this Friday, 239-1070. I'll do number 1, 3, and 5, and Mark, you got KB's spot today.
Mm-hmm.
You'll do 2 and 4. Now, have you read through this at all?
I have not.
All right,
no.
number 2, you got some difficult names.
No.
You might want to look at, do you know your Notre Dame coaches throughout the decades?
Well, I do because I watched Rudy last night, so
Okay.
I know a couple of them.
By
Yeah,
the way,
they mentioned a couple of them.
we never got to that. What did you think?
I liked it. I liked it.
You don't have to suck up to me, by the way.
No.
If you didn't like it, you can
No,
say you didn't like it.
I
It's
enjoyed
fine.
it.
All right.
I also think that I helped invigorate the Irish offense heading into the second half because that's when I started the movie and I got Kevin's juices flowing. It also reinstated my hate for the Green Bay Packers. That coach was such an ass and wasn't going to play Rudy as he played all the other seniors.
So you watch it. So
I liked it,
you
yeah.
watched 30, 35, 40 minutes, and then
I watched
then you
the full thing. Credit to credit. Yeah, we started halftime, stopped it once the second half started, and then once the game finished up, as soon as that field goal and went in and they did a bunch of laterals, I turned it back on.
God,
and
you
we
went
watched the rest
back
of
to
it.
Rudy, so you stayed up to like 1 a.m. watching that damn movie?
It wasn't that late. It was like
God bless you.
It was a little later, but yeah.
That field goal went through. I was to bed.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean McDonough gave that call, and I'm telling you, he wasn't done with. They didn't get to the post-game interviews before I was done. All
Rudy
right.
over Hoosiers, I will say that. Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. That's pretty good. 239-1070. Mark, I'm going to let you choose. What do you want? What caller do you want? And by the way, our phone lines, people have dropped off, and now we're calling in again, so I don't know how you want to do
fingers,
this.
That would be James.
James, good morning. How are you today, sir?
Doing good.
You care about Notre Dame winning, or are you annoyed that we've talked so much Notre Dame football, their pompous football program? Do you care?
I like to see Indiana teams do well,
Okay.
but I'm not really a fan.
Yeah, understand. What does JMV call them? Michigan South, South Michigan's University, and Notre Dame. So, all right, James, you already got the oil change, but let's try to get a 5 for 5 on this Football Friday, okay?
All right.
All right, let's do it. Question number 1, Notre Dame beat Penn State last night to advance to the title game for the first time since the BCS era. Who was the Fighting Irish head coach the last time they played in the national title game? This is easy. Was it Brian Kelly, Ty Willingham, Charlie Weiss, or Bob Davie?
I'll say Weiss.
Come on, James. Think about it. He just left. He's evil. KB hates him. I like him because he's evil.
The first name.
Brian
Can't
Kelly.
remember what school he went to. Kelly, yep.
Yeah, Brian, he went to LSU.
That's right.
I think they went 8-5 this year, which is really funny. Go ahead, Mark. Number 2.
All right, James, have you seen Rudy?
I have.
Okay, this you should be in the same boat as I am now. Here we go. Let's see if you can get this one then. With last night's win, Marcus Freeman improves to 34-9 as Notre Dame's head coach. That is a winning percentage of 791, which of the following coaches do not have a winning percentage of 800 or better during their tenure at Notre Dame? Ara Parsegian, Newt Rockne, Frank Leahy, or Dan Devine? This guy's a turd. I just talked about him. He's a turd in the movie, I should say.
Devine?
There you go. There you go, James.
Question number 3. Notre Dame will face the winner of tonight's Cotton Bowl game between Ohio State and Texas. National title game coming up on January 20th. Now, Ohio State is second on the college football all-time wins list with 976, okay? With last night's win, Notre Dame broke a 4th-place tie with Texas, picking up win 962. Which college football program is currently 3rd on the all-time wins list? Is it Oklahoma, Alabama, Michigan, or Penn State? It's a good question.
That's a good question.
I would have to say, I guess Alabama.
There you go, James. James is recovered. All right, here we go. Penn State running back Nicholas Singleton had 3 rushing touchdowns last night in their loss to the Irish. Only one other player had more rushing touchdowns in a college football game. Was it college playoff game? Excuse me. Was it Sony Michel, Maurice Claret, Ezekiel Elliott, or Derrick Henry?
Let's go with Elliott.
See, I always do these. I always try to do these myself, and then I look at the answers. I was going to go with Sony. because I remember that game. But James, you're doing pretty good here, man. All right, question number 5 on this day. In 1982, Dwight Clark made the catch against Dallas in the NFC Championship game to put the Niners in Super Bowl 16. Now, in the AFC, the Bengals would advance with their win at Riverfront Stadium in a game played in 9 below weather with a wind chill of 59 below. Who did the Bengals beat in the 1982 AFC Championship Freezer Bowl game? Was it the Dolphins, the Seahawks, the Raiders, or the Chargers?
I have to say the Seahawks.
It's a good guess. James, hang on the line. You got an oil change, and you went
He almost went 5 for 5.
And you went 4 of 5. Somehow he didn't know Brian Kelly. The ones he got right, he was going to miss Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Of course, that's the answer there. Dan Devine, the answer to number 2.
The turd from Rudy.
He had a winning percentage of 764, of 76%, so not bad. Which college football program currently 3rd on the all-time list? Alabama.
Correct.
974. Penn State is 7th on that list. Ezekiel Elliott was right for number 4. I forgot about that one, to be honest. But number 5 was incorrect. The 1982 AFC Championship Freezer Bowl game, the Bengals beat the San Diego Chargers in that game. So hang on there. Good stuff there on the pop quiz. Again, we're going to go to break here in a minute. On the other side, Chris Ballard's end of season press conference coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll play it live right here on The Fan. So the stream will work. You'll be able to hear it 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, the stream. And then Mark's on the phone right now, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to keep the YouTube stream on. So you'll be able to check that out many different ways. And again, I'll just reiterate, for me, Ballard will be theatrical today. He will fall on the sword today. He will say how it's not good enough today. But remember, he said that last year, and we got to the offseason, and then we got to July, and then we got to August, and then we got to the beginning of September, and he had to go find a starting cornerback. I think a low-key, sneaky part of today is, out of 34 games, 2 seasons, Juju Brent's second-round pick has played 11 games. And he's left, I would have to imagine, he's left a couple of those early. I mean, I know he left the Jacksonville game early and when he got injured last year. So, I mean, you're talking about this guy's played 7, 8, 9 games in full. I mean, that's what you're dealing with a guy, local kid. We interviewed him out at training camp. I like him a good deal, and I think he's a pretty good player as well. He just can't stay healthy. You can't play 11 games out of 34 and think that you're going to be a viable option. I think that's the problem here. You have some young players that you like that have been injured. That what do you do with those guys? You're not replacing that, but you got to come up with some sort of plan. And I think that's what's frustrating now for fans is no matter what he says today, there is still the, hey, you got to go do it. You got to make some sort of a big swing somewhere. There has to be guys in free agency that you bring in. And then the number one thing we'll probably talk about, I don't know if he'll be a minute or two late, is, the culture stuff. The locker room matters so much, and it matters to Ballard, and it matters. And when you have now in back-to-back seasons where something's not right there, that to me is on the front burner for Chris Ballard today. DeForest Buckner, Kenny Moore, Shane Steichen all came out and have said things, especially D-Buck, have said things about the locker room that does not mesh with the conversation that Chris Ballard has had for many years around here. So, Mark, we'll take a break here. On the other end, we'll come back, so it won't be ESPN Radio, and I would imagine Chris Ballard will be at the podium, and we'll take that for however, if it's 30 minutes, 40 minutes, so we got you covered. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Chris Ballard's presser on the other side. It's 93.5, 107.5 The Fan. Ready for Chris Ballard's end of season press conference. As of course, this was going to be, what day was it?
Wednesday. It's supposed to be Wednesday.
It was going to be Wednesday, and we had fun around the office that it was going to be Wednesday at 9 a.m. And, you know, a lot of times doing a morning radio show, as you know, Mark, you've been doing it longer here than I have. You're not going to get a press conference that early in the morning, and a lot of times you don't get a lot of good breaking news. You know, right? It's always at 10 o'clock. 10:01 is when the breaking news happens, but we were going to get it on Wednesday. Chris Ballard's sick. Apparently, everyone has the flu.
Yes.
Is that what's going on?
That is accurate. As a father of three, everyone has the flu, especially after Christmas.
I'm scared because right when it got cold, I got some sort of a cold that I had for at least 10 days. And so the worst part about working mornings like this is you don't get to wake up very much, right? If you have a cold, it's like, okay, I'm on the air at 7 a.m. And I'm not feeling well. So obviously Ballard didn't feel well, rescheduled to today. So that should be coming up at any time. We'll give you that stream. And we're on the YouTube, correct? So you can hear it.
Yes, we are live on YouTube, and the second he comes on, we will throw to it. Until then, we're just kind of
we're just waiting. Time. So 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, the stream, the YouTube, we got you covered. And I mean, listen, I'm wondering if you're a Colts fan, if this one's any different. And I know. Well, here's the thing, Mark. There's been frustration with Ballard. I don't, and that's me. That's me selling it, probably lowballing it a little bit. There's been a lot of frustration. But here's the thing. Last year, you didn't have Anthony Richardson. You're a play away, the Tyler Goodson play, to where you maybe can make the postseason. So while there was anger and frustration, you know, backup quarterback, in it to the final weekend, in it to the final couple minutes, you know, fourth quarter of that game against Houston, I felt like there was anger and frustration, but I feel like it was doused a little bit, like it was lowered a little bit because of the way it ended and because when Richardson played, I think for the most part, I think we felt pretty good about how he played early in the Houston game. Some of the Jacksonville stuff, obviously, against the Rams in like week whatever that was, 4 or 5, and then the injuries happened. Last year with Richardson was about injuries. This year was about benching and poor play. They're two different years. So last year, while there was anger and frustration, it felt like it was padded, that there was a little bit more of a reason. This year, none of that exists. I mean, you go into this press conference not knowing if any of the defensive linemen, are going to live up, besides DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart, are going to live up to it. Latu last year was taken 15th overall. You're frustrated because you weren't closer this year. I mean, it was a month out, and Houston basically had the AFC South wrapped up. The final 3 weeks of the season, you needed all these different things to happen to make the postseason. You ended your season not with Tyler Goodson dropping the ball. You ended your season with Drew Lock having 5 touchdowns against you. That Jacksonville game did nothing for me. I mean, first 2 possessions, Mac Jones went right down the field. You finally didn't fire. You waited till his contract was over. You literally had to wait to the end to move on from Gus Bradley. I give them very little credit moving on from Gus Bradley. They should have seen this before. That
was the easy move.
They were exactly. They were a year late, Mark, on the Gus Bradley stuff. I mean, I could keep going. I mean, the tight end room, not good enough. The backup running back, the third down running back, not good enough. The secondary, you had to go in September, in season, to go to find a starter. And by the way, Womack played well. I mean, he did. I mean, at times, he had his issues, but, I mean, this is a guy you picked up from San Francisco. You took A.D. Mitchell in the second round. We yelled and screamed last year, if you remember it, or, going into the draft in April, Mark, we yelled and screamed they need a wide receiver. They went and got one. We talked about how great his route running was with A.D. Mitchell. Unfortunately, we didn't talk about his hands. Can he catch the ball? So, this year they go into culture stuff, holes in this roster, you tell me, needing to replace Gus Bradley, having serious questions about Anthony Richardson, about his play, about his availability now with 2 years of data, about him having to be essentially benched in the middle of the season. And, I think for me, one of my takeaways and one of my conversations I will have this. Is he up, by the way?
No.
Okay, I saw you stretch. I wasn't sure.
I will wave you. I'll wave you off.
I have the stream up as well. So Come on, Ballard.
I know.
Don't make me give the same takes on you for the next 6 minutes, okay? I just the frustration has crept into toxicity. I've been clear with that the last week and a half, and now they got to hire a DC, and now the future is very much in question. What I was going to say is, last year they ended last year. And I felt like the conversation of them being close or relatively close, and if they could clean up a couple things, and if Anthony Richardson could come back, and if he could grow on what he did in 4 or 5 games, whatever it was, year one, that made sense. The sense of team run it back, I understood it. I still thought they would go out and get free agents or make a move in the draft or something, but I understood it. Doesn't mean I bought in 100%. But I didn't think it was nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's changed this year. Is they go in, do the Colts to this offseason, where I'm not sure if next year I can write them down for 8 wins and they can be in their mind, quote unquote, close.
He's got quite the sell job to do.
I'm not ready to say that.
No.
Some teams do that. I mean, your chance to capitalize actually might have been the last couple years. I guess that's kind of my point. It doesn't mean that that I'm just going to write you in for 8 wins and we're going to talk about you having a chance because, this past year, if the season would have ended, week 13 or 12, they would have been in the playoffs some of these weeks. It doesn't mean that is going to replicate itself for next season. It does not mean that. I'm not saying they're going to be a 3-win team, but, 50-50 game here, we could have won that game. Yeah, a 50-50 game the other way, you could have lost that game. And so
that's a risky game to play when you start saying we were so close. Well, you're also so close to losing a lot of games.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, the Jets was a 1-score game. The Patriots, and these are the worst teams in football. I mean, that's what they are. Patriots, worst team in football at times. A close game. Jacksonville, overtime. Like some of these wins, the Titans, terrible, number 1 pick. I mean, you beat them, October? You beat them 20-17. So it's not like I can just say, well, yeah, you're going to win all those games, and then the games that you lost, the 9 games that you lost, well, you clean up 3 of those, and you're a 10-11 win team, whatever it may be in the postseason. Not the case. I'm not ready to buy into that narrative yet. And again, that's where the Colts are at. They're not a rebuild. They're not the Titans.
We're going to go live now.
Oh, we good?
Yep.
All right, so Chris Ballard live right here, 93.5, 107.5, The Fan. Go ahead.
Apologize for having to delay it. Appreciate everybody being here. Especially we get this done for hopefully the weather gets bad. All right, to open it up, just disappointed, extremely disappointed. I hear the criticism, and it's warranted. It is. And a lot of that falls, on my shoulders. Look, we've 4 years 4 years we've not gone to the playoffs. We've not won a division since I've been here. Not won a playoff game since 2018. I've got to own all that. I do. And I'm not going to run from it, but I've definitely got to own it. And it's because it's real. It is the truth. I'm disappointed. I think y'all know me well enough to know that I'm extremely hard on myself. I care deeply about this organization, this city, want to do well for them, want to make them proud. And there's definitely a sense of guilt for not getting it done at this time. And I'm very hard-headed, very stubborn. I am. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not, because I am. And having to really self-evaluate how we build the team and how we move forward is extremely important. As I was all week, as I was sitting sick, feeling sorry for myself, but also self-reflecting on stuff we'll talk about and things we need to do differently. I came to some real truths. I mean, you got to be honest. You got to be able to look the person yourself in the mirror and tell yourself the truth on what's going on and how things are going. That's the only way you can really change and create real change. To our fans, I get it. I understand completely your frustration, and it's warranted. Look, it's a natural consequence when you don't win. It is. And we've got to be able to handle that. I've got to be able to handle that, but organizationally, we've got to be able to handle that. I'm still confident in my abilities. I'm still confident in people I have around me's abilities. Just at this point, we have not gotten it done. I'm grateful. I'm humbled. But I'm very grateful for the opportunity that Mr. Irsay and the family has given me to continue to work here in Indy and get this right, because I do want to get it right for the organization and for the city and for our fans. Saying all of that, floor is yours, and I will answer questions.
Chris, with whoever you got in place, you and State, and whatever franchise, it always comes down to the quarterback. What, after 2 years, tells you that he's the guy?
Well, look, I don't think we can completely stamp it. We've seen some good things. I mean, we knew. Look, I like Anthony, and Anthony's done some really good things. All right, but there's been some potholes too. I think the number one thing. I mean, let me track back a little bit here. We knew when we took him it was going to be a roller coaster. I don't think I did a very good job. I think I explained that it's going to take some time, but look, I got excited too about the talent and the wow plays, but now we need the consistency down after down. But the number one thing we have to figure out, and what Anthony's got to work through, is staying healthy. Like you've got to stay. He's got to be able to stay healthy, and that to me is probably the biggest question right now, because now we're going on 2 seasons in a row, where he's dealt with injuries. So that's the first thing, and then number 2, being consistent. Getting a consistent, down after down, play after play, consistency with him. And that takes time. I think the one thing you can see with look, we have zero patience as a league with quarterbacks. I mean, you're seeing it throughout the league where guys fail one place and now all of a sudden they're doing really well somewhere else. Every quarterback's journey and developmental cycle is different. And, I wish I had a magic wand that could wave it and get them to the top of the peak right away, but that's not realistic. The good news is, even with the back, which we think will be fine, he's going to go into the offseason healthy, all right, which last season he didn't. He was rehabbing a lot. So that's going to give him a chance to work on some things going forward that we think will help going into next season. Now, saying all that, we can't beat our head against the wall. We've got to have competition at the position, just for the fact that competition makes everybody better. And then 2, he's not proving he can play 17 games.
We'll come back to quarterback, but talk about your outlook and your philosophy, which you talked about from day one. Did you go maybe too far in being too rigid with it?
Yeah. I did.
And so now what?
Good question. Here's where the hardest thing to do is evaluate your own team. I think this is across the board in the NFL. And look, I'm emotional, and I care about our players, and I think sometimes I've let that bleed into how I built the team. All right. And coming off a year last year when we were 9-8, I thought we were playing really good football at the end of the season. Lost a tough game at the end of Houston, could have gone either way, and I'm thinking, okay, we're trending up. And instead of really creating competition throughout and throwing new blood into the locker room, new players into the locker room, I said, you know what, we're going to run it back. That was a mistake. It was. I think Buckner said it. Buckner had some comments that I thought were just excellent, where about complacency, about ego, and he's right. Buck is right. Man enough to say it, one, which I love, and two, his assessment was right, and that falls on me. It does. I bet on that we could bring players back, and they would be as upset about what happened at the end of the season last year that they'd want to rectify it. And at the end of the day, we were not able to. And I didn't do a good enough job creating enough competition throughout the roster and keep everybody on edge. Look, nothing's better. Look, at the end of the day, what we do, like, we do it in the public eye. There's a lot of money that people make in this profession, but Bill Parcells always talks about achievement. And at the end of the day, it's about competition and achievement. I mean, that's essentially what it boils down to. And I didn't create enough competition on the roster for it to want to achieve in the way it needed to achieve. There's got to be some stress. There has to be. There has to be real stress within that locker room and an uncomfortability that if I don't play well enough, my ass will not be on the field playing. That directly falls on my shoulders. I mean, it's a lesson. It's a crappy lesson that I learned. I do a pretty good job self-evaluating. Now, I'm hard-headed, and I will talk myself way back into, I was right. But no, this occurrence, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Building-wise.
You're listening to Chris Ballard's press conference right here, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
I think we need to continue. We've had moments where we've brought outside free agents in and done really good with it. We've got to be better about making sure we identify the right free agents that can help push this team to where it needs to go. Right now, we're not close. I'm going to make this really clear. Like, close is losing on the last play of the Super Bowl. That's close. Going 8-9, that's not close. No. I'm not saying we won't be closer when we get to the start of the season, but right now, sitting here today, we're an 8-9 football team. We got to own that, and we are not good enough. We're not. And we've got to be able to address and identify the right avenues to acquire the right players that can move the needle. And I have not done that in the last 4 years. I haven't.
If you target whatever players, will the owner, has he always been willing still to give you the finances to get it done?
Yes. Mr. Irsay wants to win. He wants to win.
Saying that, will you commit today to signing multiple free agents who can bolster this team and play meaningful snaps?
It is January, what's today, the 11th? We have not formulated a plan. But what I'm going to tell you is we're going to be open to making sure we do what is best going forward to build a competitive roster. I'm not going to sit here and say, all right, you want to say, okay, let's go hog wild in free agency, all right? And then if I don't do it, well, you're doing the same thing. No, I'm not going to pigeonhole myself there.
I'm not asking about hog wild. I mean, you didn't add a single starter, so that's kind of a baseline. Every team that's in the playoffs added at least one.
I screwed that up. You're right. I did.
Was the culture of the team compromised this season? You had a lot of guys being very public about their unhappiness with teammates and commitment and professionalism.
All right, so I know there's been a lot been said about accountability. Let me tell you this. Shane does and I do believe this. He does a good job holding guys accountable. He does. If a guy did something, it was late, look, he handled it internally. Do I like all the things said in the media and not held internally? No, I don't. And the team heard my thoughts on that. I brought those players in the building. Okay, that directly falls on me, without question. And when you get, and the one thing I'll say is at least all but one put their name on it. Okay, the one that didn't put their name on it, that's even more damning on me, because that chicken shit wasn't man enough to put his name on it. That is losing football. Distractions are losing football. Look, I heard everything that's been said, especially by ex-players. Look, you cannot fool players. You can't do it. That's what, I don't agree with everything Pat said. I don't. But there's some truth to it. There is. You can't fool players. You can't do it. So I tell our team all the time, like, players in that locker room, they can BS the media, they can BS their family, but they cannot BS each other. And Pat was on good teams. Pat was a great player. Pat knows what it looks like. So he saw the cracks. And I guess the biggest issue, and our players know this because I've voiced it, how about solving the problem? Like, it's easy to voice the problem in public, but how about being part of solving the problem? That's what we need. That's probably the biggest miscalculation I made is, my vision since I've been here has been to take care of our own guys. I think you know that. And I want guys to be Colts for their entire career. And I let sometimes, and look, I would tell you that all the guys we did, they played well and they deserved to get second contracts. But bringing them all back and expecting them to hold the line of accountability and standards, I either didn't make the message clear enough of what I expected from them, and that's where I have fell short. And that's where change is good. And bringing outside influence in that stands for the right stuff that we want to stand for needs to be done.
You said that you believe in your plan, you can't listen to the outside world, and you're going to stick with it. But, and I asked you then, why should people believe that you're the right GM to change this franchise or get in the right direction? After a failed season, why should people believe that you can change?
Well, right now, anything I say, I don't blame. Look, I'm a fan too now. I told Matt this the other day. I said, look, I have baseball and basketball teams that I root for, and I'm on them hard all the time. So anything I sit up here and say right now, I don't blame them. Like, I don't blame them for being pissed and questioning. They should. They should question. It means they care, one, but that also means that they're not happy with our performance. But what I will tell them is that I'm very grateful that I'm given another opportunity to earn their trust back, because I need to do that. I need to earn their trust back. Anything I say, until we win, until we really win, and I'm not talking about just getting to the playoffs. I mean, really win, really create something that I don't want to just win. I mean, I want to win big. I mean, until we do that, I get it, and I understand where the frustration comes from and why they would question, why they should question. But I'm still confident in my abilities. As hard at it as I am, we're gonna, and I've looked deeply of things I need to change and do. And the proof comes with your actions over time. And that's what we're gonna do.
You earned another opportunity, or were you just given another opportunity?
That's a loaded one. That's okay. I'll answer it though, James. The first 3 or 4 years, we did some really good things. We did. So I think it's proven. I will tell you this. I think when you can get 3 or 4 starters in a draft over time, And I think when you look at each draft, have we been perfect? No, but we've done pretty good work. Our process in the draft has been pretty good. Chap said it, the quarterback position has been the biggest albatross for us, getting that stability. But we've also done some good things in the past. So there's a partial earn there too. And like I said, I'm grateful that he's giving me another opportunity.
What were the conversations with Mr. Irsay? I mean, to the extent you can talk about it. I mean, he gave you another chance, but I'm sure he didn't just say that it came with no strings attached, right? What did he lay out for you?
Fix it. I mean, you know, Mr. Irsay, he wants to win. He does want to win. But he's also, you know, it's funny, you know, he's very knowledgeable about the game. So that's the one thing I really like about Jim is that, like, when on game day, like, you can't BS him what he's watching. He'll have direct questions about what's going on because he's watching the same game. That's the one thing about the world we live in today. Like, the world of football really is a lot flatter than it was 10, 15 years ago. One, because everybody's got the tape. You know, back in the day, the football person would be able to sit there and say, you don't know what you're looking at. You're not watching the tape. Well, now we can't say that. And let's don't. I mean, look, we're all watching the same tape. So he was direct. Look, Chris, y'all need to win. Y'all need to get this thing going back in the right direction.
Quarterback, you guys made it clear when you came in here you wanted to get reps. I guess what do you, in your estimation, changed this season to where he needed to sit down? And I guess why do you think you guys kind of learned that mid-season this year as opposed to when you got here?
Hindsight's always 20/20. I'd done somebody called me to talk about this, you know, earlier, and I visited with him. I thought he was good. You know, in a perfect world, a young quarterback would sit. Just in a perfect world. We weren't living in a perfect world. You'd have a vet quarterback who's winning, and you could sit a guy for 2 or 3 years and let him play. But that was not a luxury that we were afforded. And I even told Shane that I wish, you know, looking back, I wish we would have sat him no matter what. All right, but we didn't. We played him. He got hurt. That set back his development of, yes, did he get to watch football? Yes, but it's different when you're preparing for it, preparing to play. And then you go into this year, and there just got to a point where I thought he was, and Shane really was the first one. I saw it, but he was drowning. He was. There was the poise, because I think he plays with really good poise most of the time, but I didn't feel the same as we went along, and then the Houston game, I didn't feel the same poise that I was feeling. And that meant, in my mind, one, mentally, it was really going fast for him, and he needed to take a bit of a step back. Now, of course, in your worlds, that means his career's over. I mean, that's just, unfortunately, the world we live in. Anytime a guy has to take a step back, it means he is done. That's what you're right. Yeah, it's exactly. So, but that was not our mindset at any point. And I think as y'all reached out to me, I told y'all that. But we knew he needed to take a step back, one, for just to get him to calm down a little bit, two, also to prepare, okay? All the little things you need to do in the building, everything you need to do, let's take a reset and let's take a step back, okay? And it was, I'll tell you, you know, am I going to sit here and say that I wish it would have lasted long? Yeah, there was a part of me that wished it would have lasted longer. But Joe had Joe came in, he had some struggles. We actually had a meeting with leadership, which Anthony's in. We had about an hour and a half meeting where it was probably one of the better ones I've been a part of, where there's some real honest conversations about, you know, where we were and what we needed to do, and about Anthony. And players, let it be known, like, here are the expectations of what we expect from you, and what we need to get done. And so when we decided to move back to him, I thought we saw some really cool things. We did. And I was really exceptional things, you know, from the Jet game, who are a good defensive football team. taking us down and winning. I didn't think he played bad versus Detroit. I thought he played pretty good versus Detroit. We had, I think, 100 yards of offense taken back because of penalties. Played really well in the fourth quarter versus New England. Had some struggles early, but in the fourth quarter was able to put a 19-play drive together with 3 or 4 fourth down conversions and a 2-point to win it. So we saw some really, really good things over that stretch of time. So that was the reason why. I mean, that's a long answer, but that's why. I thought he needed to take a step back and breathe a little bit. I mean, he's still a 22-year-old young quarterback.
You're listening to Chris Ballard right here, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Versus his play, so why he had to go to the bench or reset. He's a two-time captain. So why did it even get to the point where you had to bench him to hold him accountable to do these things that he probably should have been doing in the first place?
Do you have kids, James?
He's very proud of that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes with your kids, and look, he's a young man. You expect them to do things and they don't do them. Like, hey, clean your room. Okay? They don't do it. Well, and you're right, he was voted by his team a captain. And not doing the things consistently that needed to be done, that is correct. And it was a part of the learning, okay? It's part of the growth and learning. Do you wish they all came in there and were perfect pros from the get-go? Absolutely you do. But that's not the case, you know. We got to help them grow. And there's going to be moments of failure. You know, failure, like I have really messed up in the past using that word so hard, because really, in reality, failure can be a good thing if you grow from it, if you really learn from it, if you really learn from the experience. Struggle and failure are good. They're not bad things if you learn and grow from them. And that's what, you know, we'll continue to hope that he continues to learn from those mistakes.
Why do you think he wasn't as, I guess, receptive early on to that? Because just making it clear, to bench a player, you know, top 5 pick or whatever, it's a very public thing to do to get his attention or everyone's attention. Why do you think it had to be at that point? Were there not any other intervenes or whatever before that to try to get him to understand what's at stake, his role, things like that?
No, he had good moments. It wasn't like it was just this constant, we're at the bottom of and he's making all these mistakes all the way. No. He had really good moments, and then he kind of took a step back. That happens. It does. It's life. People make mistakes. You wrote things that have not been perfect. You won't admit it, but you've done it. And to live in a world that you can't, all of a sudden you get branded because you make a mistake, and you do it on the grand stage, and we ostracize them for it? No.
When you say bring in competition, does that mean somebody younger who could be the starter going forward? Because obviously you bring in Joe, his future is limited by age.
We'll bring who we think is, you know, the best guy we can bring in. I'll say this about Joe Flacco. Joe can still play. I think you saw that. He had for a guy that's turning 40, still moves better than I anticipated, still can throw the freaking football and still can win games. In terms of the age and where it comes from, I'm not ready to stamp that right now. But look, we did it the year before with Gardner. We brought a guy in that played pretty good football for us. I thought Joe had his moments of playing really good football for us. I thought at the end he played really good. So I'm not ready to target, you know, where it'll come from or who it'll be or what age they'll be. I don't know that yet.
There's a couple things on the roster. Pitt said he was going to have an MRI. Will he need surgery, back surgery?
No, he will not need surgery. He will not need surgery. He's one tough dude, though. Pitt's the example of what you want. I mean, here's a guy that all season had to battle through this, but sacrificed for the betterment of the team. And to win, you've got to sacrifice. I think that's what Buck was getting to. And he makes that point. to where you've got to be willing to sacrifice something. You do. And it might be statistically, you might not catch as many balls to win, okay? We might not have something statistically might have to go down a little bit for us to win. We have to figure out what it is, but you've got to be able to sacrifice it. Pitt did. Pitt made a great sacrifice for the team this year, continued to fight and play through an injury.
One more, and then I'll shut. What are you at liberty to say about Braden? I mean, it's sort of going forward.
That's a personal. I care deeply about Braden Smith. He's been a really good player for us, but he's going through a personal situation, and I don't want to get in depth with that one.
Last year, defensively up here, you took the blame for it.
Yeah.
Gus is gone. You're still here.
Yeah. Look, that falls on all of us, and no doubt. Look, I bet on some young players coming through. Juju gets hurt. Dallas was coming off his injury, and at the end of the day, I did not give them enough. And we have got to, in totality, have to do better defensively. From a player acquisition standpoint and from a play standpoint.
Do you expect the scheme or system to change?
What's that?
Do you expect the scheme or the system to change? You've always been a fan of the four-man front. Be honest with you, like a lot of the league, because it's such a heavy nickel league, ends up being a four-man front. Now, you'll see some out of nickel getting into five-man stuff, but Shane and I are working through that. And look, I'm not going to comment on the coordinator of Shane's going to make the hire. Of course, I'll be involved, but we're working through that. We'll have some good candidates for the job. So,
well, broadly, is there any value to being more aggressive on defense? Because you have been one very specific style for it.
I definitely think there is value. You got to be able to affect the quarterback. You do.
Are there other coaches who will not be back?
Right now, the rest of them are here, and we'll let the new D coordinator kind of shift through what he wants to do with the staff.
Do you expect the staff to be back?
As of right now, yep. I don't.
Are they all under contract?
Yes. I see you. Yes.
You see, okay. Two. If you're going to change the way you do things, talent acquisition is a team, right? As you and Mr. Irsay, what are y'all going to do differently to bring in different kinds of players?
Last year, we didn't completely abstain from free agency. And we've actually done things in the past. So I just think we have to be we have to do a better job identifying the free agents that we want to sign and then being able to close the deal on them. And that's up to me. It really is. It's not Mr. Irsay. He'll let me do what I need to do. And my staff. We have to be able to do that.
And the other question is, you've always had a long-term outlook, draft and build and all this. Given that you're entering the year you're entering, how patient can you be? In other words, are you going to go for it this year in the draft and everywhere else because you might not have another year of push?
Mm-hmm. I will not be. It's not in my nature to. I'm not going to hamstring this organization for the next 3 or 4 years. No, we will do what we need to do to build the best team we can build that can get this thing going forward. And if we think it's a situation where, okay, this is worth it, we would do it. But it's one where I'm not going to be irresponsible. I wouldn't do that.
Are you surprised that you're getting the 9th year?
Well, if you sat in my box, I mean, shoot, even year one, I'm pretty hard on myself. Y'all know that. I mean, I don't hide from it. I mean, I'm very hard on myself. And it's, I'm not going to say I'm surprised. I'm going to say I'm very grateful. I'm humbled by it, and I'm very grateful. I'm not going to run. I don't run from the criticism. I know there's some comments because I was sick early this week, but I was going to show up. Always do. I was going to show up.
When you'll do your deeper player evals, what didn't work with AD this year? It looks like something was missing. I mean, great talent. Reggie loves the kid.
Yeah.
What didn't work?
Just young. It's like part of what didn't work is Alex Pierce has become who we thought Alex Pierce could be. I mean, look, there's one football and there's, you got three wideouts that Pittman, Downs, and Pierce that are really good players. Man, I can't say enough about Alex Pierce. I've always.
Maybe that's where the competition.
Yeah, that's a great case. Look, I'll tell you a story. After the draft, anytime you draft a player at a position, there's some uneasiness, and Alec felt it. He came to my office. He said, "Chris, what does this mean for me?" I said, "Nothing. Compete." And it's exactly what he did. He didn't bitch. He didn't complain. He didn't make excuses. He competed, and he is freaking good. He's exactly who we thought he was going to be, and I think there's more in there. I do. Alec Pierce is an excellent football player. That is part of it with AD. Now, AD, he, like any young player, there's going to be a maturation process with him. And he has some definitely really strong moments, but we need more consistent moments from him. But they're going to have to compete to get on the field now. I don't see us playing a lot of four wideout stuff, so you're going to have to really earn your way on it with that group.
You mentioned consistency with Anthony, which is obviously the most important thing in itself. Can you improve accuracy to the degree that he needs to improve to be where he needs to?
Yes. Yeah. I think he has moments of like really good accuracy. I'm gonna tell you what my thoughts on, like, I think his mind gets going so, like, a lot of times with quarterbacks when they're unsure, you can look at their feet and they get really poppy and nervous and fidgety. Like with Anthony, I think what happens is it happens in his brain, and then all of a sudden when the ball comes out, it's coming out on fire because he's just unleashing it because he's thinking so much before the snap, during the snap, and that comes with time. I think he has some really good moments to where, look, at the end of the game versus New England, hard to argue against how the poise and calmness to throw those balls on very accurate throws. But look, you're in 2-minute offense. The offense is cut down. He knew exactly what he was doing, where he was going with the ball. And so you saw a calmness there in those moments. So it can get better. Yes, I do think it can get better.
You were big on the defensive line. Why did it fail to live up to expectations this year?
I thought they played pretty good. Now, did they have the amount of sacks? No. I know that's what everybody equates it to. I think our D-line played pretty good. Now, look, there's times you can't get there when they're 6-7 man protecting, and then the ball's out fast. When the ball's coming out, sometimes that's how teams counteract you. I didn't think our D-line played bad, but I thought and I think it's a good group. I do.
So, if they're playing well, what's got to be fixed so that they can get home, and so the run defense isn't what it was?
So, look, we did not tackle well this year. We didn't. I think we had the most missed tackles in the league. We've got to be a better tackling football team. We do. That's where a lot of the explosive came from when you look at it, a lot of missed tackles. We've got to be a better tackling football team.
How do you feel like issue?
What's that?
Is tackling a talent issue?
It can be.
They're grown men.
It can be. No, it can be. And it can be, getting bodies to the ball. And it's a combination of things. Angles. It's a combination of things. We were not a very good tackling team.
Watching this and saying this general tone, you kind of falling on the sword that we've seen it, we've heard it before.
Yep.
Why will this be different?
What I would tell you, I told you I'm hard-headed and stubborn,
and I think y'all know me well. Look, I don't sit and blame others. It's just not. Now, internally, we'll have some discussions, but I just don't think it's productive for me to sit up here and just freaking go scorched earth and act. Look, I'm the one in charge of football. I'm the one that deserves to be blamed. But also, I've learned some very hard lessons with my stubbornness of trying. I had a vision of building something, and it needed to be a vision of building that could actually win and keep competition going in that locker room. And that is where I fell short. It is. I kick myself for taking a couple years to be so daggum stubborn. No, and when you look at, like, if you look back at our good seasons, like 20, I mean, we trade for Buckner, we add Phillip Rivers, 21. I mean, even, like, it sucked how 21 ended. 21, we were a good football team. Like, I know some of y'all would disagree. You don't go beat 4 or 5 playoff teams. We faltered at the end for some reasons. But we had made some moves then. We had signed Justin Hughes. Like, we had signed the right people, and then I just got, for whatever reason, in my thick head, you know what? We're gonna really double down on our own guys. And
because you did have success with free agents, I mean, Zanico and Justin and guys like that. And so, what dissuaded you from tapping into that?
Some miscalculation. It was.
What's your evaluation of the secondary?
We need to get better. We got to get better. Yeah.
Corner and safety.
Yeah, we got to get better.
When it comes to Shane, obviously, do you think he has to grow in the sense of just speaking for the team throughout the season? Obviously, the two biggest things would be AR's benching in the back. He never explained really any of it until after, I guess, stuff kind of hit the fan later on.
Yeah, Shane and I have had discussions about that, you know, in terms of just pure messaging. And look, it's always let's just, y'all are going to find out anyways. Let's just be honest. And he wants to protect the players, which I respect, and he should. But there's certain times where, you know, our messaging needs to be better. And, you know, part of my job is to help him do that.
In your exit interviews, however much you wanted, did you give Ryan Kelly any idea other than, let's take a couple weeks?
I actually it was about 3:30 when he came in my office, and it was hitting me, and I told him we'd visit later in the week. But what I will tell you about Ryan, he's been an excellent Colt. We've not gone into any depth about where we're going, where he's going. We've not had any talks on that.
Have you had any discussions with Zaire about the podcast, arguing with Pat McAfee, whatever? He's a team captain, 5-year captain. How have you expressed whatever he's done, or just relay a message to him about what you want your leader to do for your team?
Yeah, I'll keep my discussions with Zaire between us. But what I will tell you is, you can't win with distractions. Can't win with them. Can't create distractions.
Chris, you guys had some issues with Anthony, whatever those were, in season that led to the benching. How will you hold him accountable when he's away from here?
What's that? You got to speak a little louder.
The benching in season when he's in your own building. How do you hold him accountable when he's not in your own building for the next X amount of months?
Yeah. Well, you know, NFL rules. We can't actually hold his hand, and I we're at a point where we shouldn't, going forward, like we don't need to hold any hands. Like, now it's time to, all right, you understand the standard. We've gone through the growing pains. You've made mistakes, okay? Now, much like myself, you got to learn from those mistakes, and you got to grow from them. We know where he works. You know, we know the people he works with, and we're in constant communication with him. But he's got to go to work, and I think he will.
Culture is about winning, and obviously culture is like a buzzword in sports, but when it comes to this team, what would you say is your culture, considering you haven't won to the degree you want to win so far?
Culture's a bubble.
a buzzword. Today's compromises becomes tomorrow's standards. Okay? Today's compromises becomes tomorrow's standards. So anytime, and this is across the board, this is what my vision for the players has always been. And look, we've had, like, being a good guy and having good people, that's not a good culture. That doesn't mean it's a good culture. That doesn't mean it's a bad one, but it doesn't mean it's a good one. A good culture has some friction in it because there's some accountability within that challenges each other and never walks by a mistake. And we've got to get there. And that was not done this year. That's probably my biggest disappointment. That's it. You just nailed it. Because that's my job, to bring players in that will do that, that will have that mentality. It doesn't mean you got to be an asshole all the time, but when you know something's wrong, fix it. Fix it. Coaches can't be, like, you can't be there 24 hours a day in the locker room. Fix the problem. You know, you understand. And look, anything you do can't get in the way of winning. Like, it can't. All the outside noise, we got enough things that try to tear you apart as a team. This is across the world of sports. Things try to tear you apart. The outside world, they're trying to tear you apart. But anything that gets in the way of winning, it's all you got to ask yourself, is this going to help us win? If the answer is no, then fix it. Fix it, or don't do it.
Secondary to Joel about where you need to get better. Where else specifically do you guys need to improve?
I mean, as always, I do think at the end of the year, the offensive line ended up playing better. We had some young guys have to play, when losing Will Fries when we lost him, that was a big loss. We had to roll Tucker in there probably sooner than he was ready for. Having Matt have to play both left and right tackle, we need to make sure that we've got the right talent level. I'm pleased with how these young guys came along, but we got to make sure we have enough depth there, always on the front. And making sure that we have enough competition through every position to where if they're not playing well enough, no matter the stature or status, they go to the bench and somebody else goes in the game.
What happened there, do you think?
Y'all asked me this question earlier, and look, we didn't get enough production from them. And I will say this. They did a very good job blocking in the run game. They're excellent blockers. But our inability to control the middle of the field, which we've got to be able to do, I've got to be able to give Shane and them, a guy that can really control the middle of the field that teams have to account for and defend. I just haven't been able to do that. That's not a slight against our guys. They're good football players, but really having a receiving target that the defense has to prepare for, you'd like to be able to find and get.
One last one for you. Why do you think the team hasn't been able to win some of these must-win games the last few years? I know players mentioned like the Vegas game, Jaguars game this year, obviously, Denver, the Giants game. Like, why that hasn't happened? It goes back to 20. So like I would tell you, like in 18, we go to Tennessee and win to get in and go win a playoff game. In 20, we beat Jacksonville to get in, lose a tight game to Buffalo. That still sticks with me. But 21, we got to win 1 or 2. We lose them. Okay, 22 was a disaster. 23, game could have gone either way. Didn't finish it. This year, even this year, like Denver. That's the million. That's what we got to figure out. All right, that how do we finish these things out? Crunch time in big games, everything you do, Matt. Like, you don't lose a game at the end usually because of the moment. No, usually it's an add up, especially like the Giant. Like the Giant game was just a freaking disaster. But in those big moments, everything comes to light. Everything comes to light. And we have not stood up and answered the bell in those moments right now. And
ultimately, I got to figure out what we're doing wrong from a team building standpoint to get us over the hump. Having Andrew and Phillip, without question, helped in 18 and 20 get over the hump. But even if you look back in 20, it was Jonathan. I mean, like Taylor got hot at the end, and I think he rushed for 250 against Jacksonville in that last game, to get us over the hump that game. So there's ways to win. There's a ways to win, and we got to figure out why. And I know this toughness. When you have enough tough guys, they usually battle through and fight and get it done. And ultimately, I've got to fill a team with more of them.
You mentioned those hard truths when you were, I think, sick earlier in the week. What were those hard truths when you sat there and you self-reflected? What did you come up with?
I think I've explained it here pretty clearly in terms of the roster and bringing everybody back. How that was a mistake. That created a complacency within. That there was almost an that's what Buck was talking about. There was an entitlement that, you know what, I'm back, I deserve to be back, which, yes, you did. But there's also an expectation and a standard that you have to uphold. And, they get frustrated with me sometimes, but, when for much that's given, more is expected. That's the truth. And when you're on your second, third contract, damn right, there's more expected of you to lead, to perform, all that is real. And ultimately, what I've done is created an atmosphere that wasn't competitive enough. Wasn't. Of course, the coaches, they beat but look, at the end of the day, the locker room have to drive this thing, man. Their competitive will and spirit has to help drive this thing. We can push it along, damn right. Hold the standards and hold them accountable. But those are the things I came up with. Those are real.
All right.
Sure, we're good?
All right, boy, he went, let's see, we started about, 6, 7 after or so. I mean, it's 10:57 right now. It's 93.5, 107.5, The Fan. That's Chris Ballard's end of the year. Press conference went for the better part of 50 minutes. Now, what we're going to do here is we're just going to do a couple minutes. I know, Mark, we have a legal ID we probably should play here at the top of the hour. We're going to get KB. Kevin Bowen's going to join us. He was there, obviously, asking several questions of Ballard. And so we'll dive into some things. I mean, for me, again, Ballard, as someone who's been in these press conferences with pro and college coaches, Ballard is great at these. He is charismatic, he is theatrical, and he fell on the sword. And I thought, a lot of people, we talked about it here on the wake-up call, that's exactly what he would do. And he did. He fell on the sword. You heard it, the beginning, the middle, and the end there about the way he built his team, bringing back guys, the run it back kind of thought process that went in to last season. So falling on the sword, the way he built a team, obviously all the Anthony Richardson stuff as well was super interesting. Is KB ready to go?
Well, let's hit a legal ID real quick, and then we'll come back.
All right, go ahead.
Come right back to Kevin, so wait 10 seconds.
From the DriveHubler.com studios, this is 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
WIBC HD2, HD3, Indianapolis.
All right, so Kevin Bowen joins us. He's at the facility there. KB, good morning. I haven't seen your beautiful face for about an hour and a half. So what were your immediate takeaways of Chris Ballard this morning?
Yeah, you just saw my nipples about an hour ago. Sorry about that.
It's very true.
Yeah, I mean, this is Ballard at his best.
Yep.
He is he's a blue chip talker. He's the Michael Jordan of talking, right? If we could quote Jim Irsay. Obviously I want to sift through it in much more detail, Andy, on Monday, but you can certainly parse out some things that were different. You can certainly hear some things that were not different. What was different? I thought his admittance to running it back being a major problem was different. I heard a little bit more of I have got to close the deal in free agency better.
Agreed.
I've never heard that.
Yep.
I had heard hey, this is the standard in free agency, and, we're going to set, B player, Andy Sweeney for the Giants is this type of player, and if all of a sudden he wants more money, we're done. Well, I mean, I heard a little different. today. I thought draft-wise, he really didn't sound different. He sounded pretty normal to his overall draft philosophy of, whatever, trade back and acquire picks, et cetera, et cetera. Defensively, again, didn't commit maybe to an outright change, but certainly we need a value being a little bit more aggressive. So I think those are the three things we talked about this morning, specifically defensively, free agency, draft-wise, how you build, what is going to be different. I guess that was a little bit that I heard there.
Yeah, just as a quick follow-up, and we're only going to do a couple minutes here. I just, for me, he fell on the sword quite a bit, and he was very good doing so. You're right, about how he built the team, how it was wrong, the lack of competition. You mentioned free agency, and I guess I'm fine with that, but that's also the fiber of who Chris Ballard can be, right? So if you believe in something, but we're changing things, how does that go hand in hand? And then, I thought the Anthony Richardson stuff was interesting. They reiterated right now through 2 years that this is not a guy that's been close to playing 2 games or 17 games. So I thought that was interesting, the competition at quarterback. And then, we didn't know this, that Steichen was the one that said, hey, AR is, I think they use the terminology swimming right now, that he's out there and it doesn't look.
Drowning.
Yeah, drowning. That's exactly, he's drowning out there on the football field. So I found all that stuff to be interesting. Anthony Richardson obviously has a lot on his plate, KB, as he goes into year 3.
Yeah, and again, feel free to chime in, but I thought his biggest Richardson thought was he needs to stay healthier and, not accuracy or off the field or, turnovers. Like it was, no, he's got to be healthier. And he only missed 4 games due to injury. I mean, compared to his rookie year, obviously it was much better in that category. But, I think I said this to you earlier in the week of he could be Greg Maddux accurate starting next year. He could win the Mental Trester Award, every week for the Colts, and he could protect the ball like no other, but you still have the elephant of the room of can he stay healthy? And Ballard, I thought, stressed that point more than any. So now that brings up our other topic with Richardson we've had so often. Can you run an effective Anthony Richardson offense and keep him healthy? Limit, not eliminate. All these stupid phrases that I've said and we've talked about here over the last year with Richardson. So I think that question is there. I want to make sure that we pull the audio on Monday from those last few comments. There was a question there asked late that I think it was James Boyd asked, about the inability to win these late season games. And he eventually got to a point of that answer where he goes, you need tough guys. And I haven't found enough of those guys.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I thought that was a very damning, I think an accurate quote. I mean, I've kind of used the words to you of you need more edginess, you need more uncomfortability inside that locker room. I mean, tough guys. I mean, that's a big phrase to use. I mean, that part of the reason that I love this Notre Dame football team so much is I think they're a bunch of tough, what.
Sure.
And that's a big compliment, and I think that one stood out to me there late. So I think that'll definitely be some audio that we react to on Monday.
All right, KB, have a good one. From Senior Nipples 90 minutes ago to covering Chris Ballard's press conference, we do a little bit of everything around here. Appreciate it, man. Have a good weekend. We'll see you at 7 a.m. on Monday. Thanks.
I need a beer. I'll see you, boys.
Me as well. That's what me and Mark Dykton are going to go do. All right, so we're out of here. Coming up in a little bit less than an hour. Jake and Jimmy got you. And